Last Christmas. A Christmas on Palmar Island Romance. Written by Susanne Ash. Chapter 1. The bridge stretched before her like a promise Holly wasn't sure she wanted to keep. She gripped the steering wheel tighter as her sedan rolled onto Palmar Island, the familiar weight of salt air pressing through the crack in her window. It had been 2 years since she'd driven this road. Even longer since she'd done it with any sense of anticipation. Now, the island felt more like an obligation than a homecoming. The late November sky was overcast, the kind of gray that made everything feel muted and solemn. Gulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp against the steady rush of waves somewhere beyond the dunes. Holly let out a slow breath, her chest tight in a way that had nothing to do with the drive. Just a few weeks, she reminded herself. Clean it up, meet with the realtor, and move on. The GPS announced her arrival with a cheerful chime that felt entirely out of place. Holly turned onto Sandpiper Lane, a narrow street lined with weathered beach houses that had seen decades of storms and summers. Most were well kept, their porches decorated with nautical wreaths and strings of lights already glowing in the afternoon gloom. And then, there it was. The Harris house. Holly pulled into the crushed shell driveway and cut the engine, her hand still gripping the wheel. The house sat one row back from the shore, its blue-gray clapboard siding faded but intact, the white trim peeling in places. The wraparound porch sagged slightly on one side, and the shutters needed painting, but it was still standing. Still recognizable. She'd expected this to feel easier. Clinical, even. She was a nurse. She knew how to compartmentalize, how to assess a situation without letting emotion cloud her judgment. But sitting here, staring at the house where she'd spent every summer of her childhood, Holly felt anything but detached. You loved it most, her mother had said when she'd signed over the deed. You'll know when to let it go. Holly exhaled sharply and grabbed her purse from the passenger seat. The sooner she got inside, the sooner she could start making a list. Repairs, updates, staging. All the practical things that would turn this place from a memory into a sale. The front steps creaked under her weight, a sound so familiar it made her pause mid-stride. She fumbled with the key the property manager had mailed her, the lock sticking before finally giving way. The door swung open with a groan, and Holly stepped inside. Dust motes swirled in the pale light filtering through the windows. The air smelled of salt and age, with a faint undertone of the lavender sachets her grandmother used to tuck into every drawer. Holly set her purse on the small entry table and let her gaze sweep the room. The living room was just as she remembered. The overstuffed couch with its faded floral upholstery faced the stone fireplace, where a collection of seashells still lined the mantel. The coffee table held a stack of old National Geographic magazines, their covers curled at the edges. In the corner, the rocking chair her grandfather had built sat motionless, as though waiting for someone to return. Holly's throat tightened. She moved through the house slowly, each room a catalogue of memories she'd thought she'd packed away. The kitchen still had her grandmother's collection of mismatched teacups hanging from hooks beneath the cabinets. The sunroom at the back, with its wall of windows overlooking the dunes, smelled faintly of the jasmine that used to climb the trellis outside. Upstairs, the bedroom she'd claimed every summer was untouched. The twin bed with its patchwork quilt. The small desk where she'd written in her journal. The window seat where she'd spent hours reading while the ocean murmured in the distance. Holly sank onto the edge of the bed, her hands pressed flat against the quilt. She could almost hear her grandmother's voice drifting up from the kitchen, calling her down for lemonade and cookies. Could almost smell the sunscreen and sea air that clung to her clothes after long afternoons on the beach. This is why you don't come back, she thought, her jaw tight. Because it hurts too much. She stood abruptly, brushing her hands against her jeans as though she could shake off the weight of it all. There was work to do. The house wouldn't clean itself, and the realtor was expecting an update by the end of the week. Holly pulled out her phone and opened the Notes app, her fingers already moving. Replace porch boards. Paint shutters. Deep clean kitchen. Check plumbing. The list grew quickly, each item another step toward letting go. By mid-afternoon, Holly had worked her way through most of the downstairs. She'd opened windows to air out the mustiness, wiped down surfaces, and made a mental inventory of what could be salvaged and what needed to be replaced. Her back ached, and her hands were dusty, and a dull headache had started to build behind her eyes, the kind that came from too much emotion pressed down too tight. She needed a break. And coffee. Definitely coffee. The Roasted Bean wasn't a place Holly remembered from her childhood summers. The cheerful yellow facade and hand-painted sign looked recent, and through the wide front windows, she could see exposed brick walls and Edison bulbs hanging from the ceiling. The place had the kind of careful coastal charm that suggested new ownership trying to honor old roots. The bell above the door chimed as Holly stepped inside, and the scent of fresh coffee and baked goods wrapped around her like a warm blanket. Her shoulders dropped slightly, tension easing as she took in the cozy space. Small tables dotted the room, most occupied by locals nursing mugs and chatting in low tones. A chalkboard menu hung behind the counter, listing drinks with names like Sandpiper Sunrise and Dune Drift Latte. Holly smiled despite herself. It was exactly the kind of place her grandmother would have loved. A line had formed at the counter, 3 people deep. Holly joined it, pulling out her phone to check her email while she waited. The property manager had sent over a list of recommended contractors, and the realtor wanted to schedule a walkthrough for early next week. Holly's thumb hovered over the reply button, but before she could type a response, the line shifted forward and she stepped up to keep pace. Her phone buzzed with an incoming text, her mother, asking if she'd arrived safely, and Holly's attention split between the screen and the movement around her. She typed a quick reply, her fingers flying, and took another step forward without looking up. Which was when she bumped into something solid. The impact wasn't hard, but it was enough to send her phone tumbling from her hands. Holly gasped, her arms flailing slightly as she tried to catch it, but it clattered to the floor with a sound that made her wince. Oh no, she started, but the man she'd collide with was already crouching down. He scooped up her phone in one smooth motion, turning it over to check the screen before straightening. "Looks like it survived," he said, his voice low and reassuring as he held it out to her. Holly's cheeks flushed as she took it from him. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going." "Neither was I," he said, though it was obvious he'd been standing still when she'd run into him. Holly looked up and found herself meeting blue-gray eyes that crinkled slightly at the corners with quiet amusement. The man was tall, maybe 6'1", with sandy brown hair that looked like it had been hastily combed and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows. His khakis and scuffed dress shoes suggested he spent more time on his feet than sitting down, and there was something steady about the way he held himself, like a tree that had weathered plenty of storms. "Thank you," Holly said, clutching her phone like a lifeline. "Happy to help," he said, his faint smile softening his features. "I appreciate it," Holly said, still clutching her phone. "I'd be lost without this thing." "Aren't we all?" he said, a hint of wry humor in his tone. They stood there for a beat too long, the space between them charged with something she couldn't quite name. His gaze lingered on her face, his brow furrowing slightly, as though he were trying to place her. "Have we met before?" he asked, his voice curious but uncertain. Holly tilted her head, studying him. There was something familiar about him, the shape of his face, maybe, or the way he held himself, but she couldn't pin it down. "I don't think so," she said. "But I used to spend summers here when I was a kid. Maybe we crossed paths back then?" "Maybe," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. He shook his head slightly, as though clearing the thought. "I'm Evan. Evan Parker." "Holly Bennett," she said, extending her hand. His grip was firm and warm, his palm calloused in a way that suggested he worked with his hands. The handshake lingered just a moment longer than necessary before he released her. "Well, Holly Bennett," Evan said, his smile softening, "welcome to Palmar Island. Or welcome back, I guess." "Thanks," Holly said, surprised how much the simple words affected her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, suddenly aware of how long she'd been standing there. "I should probably." "Right," Evan said quickly, stepping aside. "Don't let me hold up your caffeine fix." Holly moved toward the counter, ordering a large coffee and a blueberry muffin. As the blue-haired barista rang her up, she glanced back toward where Evan had been standing, but he'd already moved to a table near the window. He was looking down at his phone now, his expression thoughtful, and she felt an odd pang of curiosity. Who was he? And why did he seem so familiar? She collected her coffee and muffin, weaving through the tables toward the door. As she passed Evan's table, he glanced up, and their eyes met. He gave her a small nod, his smile brief but genuine, and Holly found herself smiling back before she could stop herself. Outside, the wind had picked up, tugging at her ponytail and sending a chill down her spine. Holly sipped her coffee, the warmth spreading through her chest as she walked back toward her car. But as she slid into the driver's seat and set the cup in the holder, her thoughts drifted back to the man in the coffee shop. Evan Parker. The name didn't ring any bells, but something about him had unsettled her in a way she couldn't quite explain. Not unsettled, she corrected herself as she started the engine. Intrigued. She shook her head, dismissing the thought as she pulled out onto Main Street. She didn't have time to be intrigued. She was here to work, to sell, and to move on. Chapter 2. Evan Parker's morning began the way most Mondays did. With controlled chaos. He stood at the front of his homeroom class, arms crossed, watching as 23 ninth graders filed in with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some dragged their backpacks like anchors. Others burst through the door mid-conversation, their voices bouncing off the cinder block walls. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, and the faint smell of floor cleaner mixed with the lingering scent of someone's overly sweet body spray. "Settle down, everyone," Evan said, his voice calm but firm. It was the tone he'd perfected over years of teaching. Authoritative enough to cut through the noise, but not harsh enough to shut them down completely. The students shuffled into their seats, the scrape of chair legs against linoleum filling the room. Evan moved to his desk, glancing at the attendance sheet on his clipboard. As he started calling names, his gaze drifted briefly to the window. Beyond the glass, the sky was overcast, the kind of gray that promised rain by afternoon. His mind flickered, unbidden, to hazel eyes and a sheepish smile. He shook his head slightly, refocusing on the list. "Torres?" "Here," came the lazy reply from the back row. "Williams?" "Present, Mr. Parker." By the time he'd worked through the roster, the intercom crackled to life, and the principal's voice filled the room with the usual announcements. Evan only half listened, his attention already turning to the stack of biology quizzes waiting on his desk. He had 2 free periods today, which meant he could knock out most of the grading before basketball practice. But then the principal's voice shifted, brightening with enthusiasm that made Evan's stomach sink. "And don't forget, Miss Doris's annual Letters to Santa project kicks off this week. If your homeroom teacher hasn't signed up yet, there's still time. Let's make this the best year yet." A ripple of excitement spread through the classroom. Evan caught the eye of one of his students, Maya Miles, a quiet girl who always sat in the second row, and saw her face light up. "Mr. Parker, are we doing it this year?" she asked, her voice hopeful. Evan hesitated. He'd participated in the Letters to Santa project for the past 3 years, ever since Miss Doris had roped him into it with her trademark persistence and a plate of homemade cookies. It was a simple idea. Students wrote letters to Santa, and volunteers responded with encouragement and small gestures of kindness. The letters were displayed at the community center during the holiday season, and the whole thing had become a beloved island tradition. It was sweet. Wholesome. Exactly the kind of thing that made Palmar Island feel like home. It was also the kind of thing that made Evan acutely aware of how much he'd been going through the motions the past 2 Christmases. "Yes," he said finally, offering Maya a small smile. "We'll do it." The room erupted in a low cheer, and Evan felt the weight of his own words settle over him. He'd committed now, which meant he'd be spending the next few weeks helping students craft letters, sorting envelopes, and inevitably running into Miss Doris, who would no doubt have opinions about everything from the handwriting to the sincerity of the wishes. Still, as much as the project sometimes felt like one more thing on his ever-growing to-do list, he couldn't deny that it mattered. The kids loved it. And if he was being honest with himself, there was something grounding about it. something that reminded him why he'd chosen teaching in the first place. The bell rang, signaling the end of homeroom, and the students scattered like leaves in the wind. Evan gathered his clipboard and headed toward his biology classroom, where his first period juniors were already trickling in. The day unfolded in a familiar rhythm. Lessons on cellular respiration. A pop quiz that earned him a chorus of groans. A lunch break spent in the teacher's lounge, where he half listened to a debate about whether the cafeteria's mystery meat was actually turkey or something more sinister. But through it all, his thoughts kept drifting. Back to the coffee shop. To the way the woman who'd bumped into him had laughed when he'd picked up her phone. To the faint dusting of freckles across her nose and the way her hazel eyes had shifted between green and gold in the light. He didn't know why she'd stuck with him. It wasn't like he'd never met an attractive woman before. Palmar Island had its share of summer visitors and new transplants, and he'd exchanged pleasantries with plenty of them over the years. But something about Holly had felt different. Maybe it was the way she'd seemed both familiar and entirely new at the same time. Or maybe it was just that she'd caught him off guard, and his brain was still trying to make sense of it. By the time the final bell rang, Evan's head was buzzing with a strange mix of fatigue and restlessness. He had basketball practice in an hour, which gave him enough time to tackle the stack of quizzes on his desk. He settled into his chair, red pen in hand, and got to work. The answers blurred together after a while: mitochondria, ATP, cellular respiration, but his focus kept slipping. He found himself staring out the window, watching the wind toss the branches of the oak tree in the courtyard. "Have we met before?" He'd asked her that, and she'd said no. But the sense of familiarity hadn't faded. If anything, it had only grown stronger as the day wore on. Evan frowned, tapping the pen against the edge of the desk. Maybe he'd seen her around town during one of her childhood summers. Palmar Island wasn't big. It was entirely possible their paths had crossed at the pier, or the beach, or one of the island's summer festivals. But if that was the case, why couldn't he place her? He shook his head, forcing himself to refocus on the quizzes. Whatever the answer was, it didn't matter. She was probably passing through, here for a few days before moving on to wherever she was headed next. People like that didn't stick around Palmar Island for long. And that was fine. It had to be. By the time practice rolled around, Evan had graded half the stack and locked the rest in his desk drawer. He grabbed his whistle and headed to the gym, where the sounds of squeaking sneakers and bouncing basketballs greeted him like an old friend. Coaching was one of the few things that could pull him fully into the present. The drills, the strategy, the sharp focus required to manage a dozen teenage boys with more energy than sense. It all demanded his attention in a way that left no room for wandering thoughts. But even as he called out corrections and encouragement, even as he demonstrated a proper layup and reminded his point guard to keep his head up, a small part of his mind stayed tethered to the coffee shop. To hazel eyes that shifted like the tide. To a woman named Holly Bennett, who'd smiled at him like she'd been caught off guard by something she couldn't quite explain. And as the team ran their final scrimmage, Evan found himself wondering if he'd see her again. The house was quiet when Evan got home, the kind of stillness that always made him pause at the door to listen. No music blaring from upstairs, no sound of Lily's voice on the phone with her friends. Just the low hum of the refrigerator and the distant tick of the clock in the hallway. "Lily," he called, setting his gym bag by the door and toeing off his sneakers. "Kitchen," came the reply, followed by the sound of cabinet doors opening and closing. Evan found his daughter standing on her tiptoes, reaching for something on the top shelf. Her auburn braid swung behind her as she stretched, and he could see the tip of her tongue poking out between her lips. It was the same expression of concentration she'd worn since she was little. "Need help?" he asked, leaning against the doorframe. Lily glanced over her shoulder, dropping back onto her heels with a huff. "I was trying to get the popcorn." "But yes, please." Evan crossed the kitchen and grabbed the box from the shelf, handing it to her. "What's the occasion?" "Movie night," Lily said, already tearing open the package. "You forgot, didn't you?" He had. Completely. But he wasn't about to admit that. "Of course not." I was just testing you. Lily rolled her eyes, though her smile took the sting out of it. Sure, Dad. What movie are we watching? Your pick, Evan said, moving to the fridge to grab a couple of bottles of water. But if you say that one with the singing penguins again, I'm vetoing. That was one time, Lily protested, laughing. And I was 12. Traumatized me for life, Evan said, deadpan. Lily shook her head, loading the popcorn into the microwave. As the bag started to pop and crackle, she turned to lean against the counter, her arms crossed. So how was your day? Fine, Evan said automatically. Graded quizzes, ran practice. The usual. Did you sign us up for the letters to Santa thing? I did. Good, Lily said, her expression softening. I like that project. Evan watched her for a moment, noting the way her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. She'd been quieter than usual the past few weeks, ever since her mother had texted to say she couldn't make it down for Thanksgiving. Brooke had sent some excuse about work and a vague promise to catch up soon, but Lily had stopped asking when that might be. It hurt to watch. And it made him wish, not for the first time, that he could fix it, the way he fixed leaky faucets and broken cabinet hinges. But some things couldn't be fixed. The microwave beeped, and Lily pulled out the bag, shaking it carefully before tearing it open. The smell of butter and salt filled the kitchen, warm and comforting. Come on, she said, grabbing a bowl and heading toward the living room. Let's get this tree decorated before the movie. Evan followed, carrying the water bottles and wondering when, exactly, his daughter had started organizing their evenings. She was 14 now, old enough to have opinions about everything from dinner to decorations, but sometimes he still saw flashes of the little girl who used to climb into his lap and fall asleep during cartoons. The small artificial tree sat in the corner of the living room, its branches still folded from storage. They'd pulled it out of the attic over the weekend, but neither of them had mustered the energy to actually put it together. Until now, apparently. Lily set the popcorn on the coffee table and turned to the tree with the kind of determination that made Evan smile. Okay, she said, hands on her hips. Let's do this. They worked in companionable silence, fluffing branches and untangling strings of lights. Evan let Lily take the lead, stepping in only when she asked for help reaching the higher spots. She'd inherited her mother's love of decorating, though she approached it with a precision that was all her own. Each ornament was placed just so, each strand of tinsel draped with care. Hand me the star? Lily asked, pointing to the box of decorations on the couch. Evan retrieved the gold star, slightly bent on one side, a casualty of too many moves between the attic and the living room, and passed it to her. She climbed onto the arm of the couch, balancing carefully as she reached for the top of the tree. Careful, Evan said, moving closer in case she wobbled. I've got it, Lily said, her tongue poking out again as she secured the star. She hopped down, stepping back to admire her work. Perfect. Evan tilted his head, studying the tree. It wasn't much, but it was theirs. And in the soft glow of the living room lamp, it looked almost magical. Not bad, he said. Not bad? Lily repeated, feigning offense. Dad, this is a masterpiece. Evan chuckled, ruffling her hair as he passed. You're right. My apologies. They settled onto the couch, the popcorn bowl between them, and Lily grabbed the remote. As she scrolled through the movie options, Evan let himself relax into the cushions, the tension of the day finally easing. You're smiling, Lily said suddenly, not looking away from the screen. Evan blinked, caught off guard. What? You've been smiling tonight, she repeated, glancing at him now. It's nice. You seem. I don't know. Lighter, I guess. He didn't know what to say to that. Was he smiling more? He hadn't noticed. But now that she'd said it, he couldn't help but think about the coffee shop. About Holly. I'm fine, he said, brushing it off. Just had a good day, that's all. Lily narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced, but she didn't press. Instead, she selected a movie, some comedy Evan had never heard of, and hit play. Chapter 3. Holly woke to the sound of knocking. For a disorienting moment, she couldn't place where she was. The slant of morning light through unfamiliar windows, the distant rush of waves, the faint smell of salt and lavender. It all felt like a dream she couldn't quite shake off. Then the knocking came again, firmer this time, and Holly remembered. The beach house. Palmar Island. The endless list of things she needed to do before she could leave. She groaned softly, pushing herself upright and running a hand through her tangled hair. The bedside clock read 8:47 a.m., which felt both too early and embarrassingly late. She'd stayed up past midnight the night before, sorting through boxes in the spare room, making piles of things to donate, keep, or throw away. Her mind had been too restless to settle. The knocking persisted, patient but insistent. Holly threw on a sweatshirt over her pajama top and padded downstairs, her bare feet cold against the hardwood. She unlocked the front door and pulled it open, blinking against the brightness of the morning. A small, silver-haired woman stood on the porch, holding a casserole dish in one hand and a wicker basket in the other. She wore a cheerful red cardigan, sensible slacks, and a smile that could have powered the entire island. "Good morning," the woman said brightly. "You must be Holly." Holly blinked, still trying to shake off the fog of sleep. Yes. "I'm sorry, do we?" "Oh, goodness, where are my manners?" The woman shifted the casserole dish to rest against her hip and extended her free hand. "I'm Doris. I live just down the road. Your grandmother Lila and I were very close." Recognition sparked, and Holly's confusion softened into something warmer. "Miss Doris," she said, taking the offered hand. "Of course. I remember you." "Do you?" Miss Doris's eyes twinkled. "Well, you were just a slip of a thing the last time I saw you. All knobby knees and seashells in your pockets." Holly couldn't help but smile at that. "That sounds about right." Miss Doris beamed. "I heard you were back in town, and I had to stop by. I brought you a little something to welcome you home." She lifted the casserole dish slightly. "Breakfast casserole and some fresh muffins in the basket. I hope you like blueberries." "I do," Holly said, touched despite herself. "That's really kind of you, Miss Doris. You didn't have to." "Nonsense," Miss Doris said firmly. "Now, are you going to invite me in, or are we going to stand here on the porch all morning?" "I promise I don't bite." Holly laughed, stepping aside. "Please, come in." Miss Doris swept past her with the ease of someone who'd been in the house 1,000 times before. She made a beeline for the kitchen, setting the casserole on the counter and the basket beside it. "Oh, it's just as I remember," she said, her voice soft with nostalgia. "Your grandmother had such a knack for making a place feel warm." Holly followed her, leaning against the doorway as Miss Doris bustled about, pulling plates from the cabinet as though she owned the place. "You've been here before?" "Many times," Miss Doris said, glancing over her shoulder with a smile. "Your grandparents hosted the most wonderful gatherings. Lila's Christmas cookies were legendary, and James always had a story to tell. This house was the heart of the community in those days." Holly's chest tightened at the mention of her grandparents. She could picture it so clearly. The house filled with laughter and light, her grandmother moving through the kitchen with easy grace, her grandfather holding court on the porch with a mug of coffee and a booming laugh. "They loved this place," Holly said quietly. "They did," Miss Doris agreed. "And so did you, if I recall correctly." Holly didn't respond to that. Instead, she moved to the counter and pulled 2 mugs from the cabinet. "Can I make you some coffee?" "That would be lovely." They worked side by side for a few minutes, Holly starting the coffee maker while Miss Doris served up generous portions of the casserole. By the time they sat down at the small kitchen table, the smell of coffee and warm eggs filled the air, chasing away the lingering chill of the morning. Holly took a bite of the casserole and nearly sighed. "This is amazing." "Thank you," Miss Doris said, looking pleased. "It's my mother's recipe. She always said the secret was the sausage and a little extra cheese." They ate in easy quiet, the kind that felt comfortable rather than awkward. Holly found herself relaxing in a way she hadn't since she'd arrived. There was something soothing about Miss Doris's presence. A warmth that reminded her of her grandmother. "So," Miss Doris said, setting down her fork and folding her hands on the table. "What brings you back to Palmar Island?" Holly hesitated, wrapping her hands around her coffee mug. "I'm here to take care of the house," she said carefully. "It's been sitting empty for too long, and I need to get it ready to sell." Miss Doris's expression didn't change, but Holly caught the faint flicker of sadness in her eyes. "I see," Miss Doris said. "And how long will you be staying?" "A few weeks, probably," Holly said. "Long enough to clean it up and meet with the realtor." Miss Doris nodded slowly, taking a sip of her coffee. "Well, I'm sure that's a difficult decision. This house holds a lot of memories." "It does," Holly admitted. "But it's the practical choice. I'm never here, and the upkeep is more than I can manage from a distance." "Of course," Miss Doris said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. She set her mug down and leaned forward slightly, her gaze intent. "You know, while you're here, you really should get involved in the community. It would do you good." Holly raised an eyebrow. "Involved how?" "The Letters to Santa project," Miss Doris said, her eyes lighting up. "It's one of our newer traditions. Students from the schools write letters to Santa, and volunteers help respond and organize a lovely display at the community center. It's absolutely magical." Holly shook her head, smiling faintly. "That sounds wonderful, but I don't think I'll have time. I've got a lot to do here, Anne." "Oh, nonsense," Miss Doris said, waving a hand dismissively. "You'll make time. Besides, you're far too kind to say no." Holly blinked, caught off guard by the woman's certainty. "Miss Doris, I really don't think." "It's settled, then," Miss Doris said brightly, as though Holly had already agreed. "I'll let the coordinator know you'll be helping out. It's only a few hours here and there, and I promise it won't interfere with your work on the house." "But..." "And you'll get to meet some lovely people," Miss Doris continued, undeterred. "The island has such a wonderful community, and I know they'd love to have you involved. Your grandmother would be so pleased." Holly opened her mouth to protest again, but the last few words stopped her. She could almost hear her grandmother's voice, encouraging her to step out of her comfort zone, to connect with people instead of keeping them at arm's length. Miss Doris must have seen the hesitation in her face, because her expression softened. "Just think about it, dear," she said gently. "It's a small thing, but it makes such a difference to the children. And who knows? You might enjoy it." Holly sighed, running a hand through her hair. She wasn't sure how Miss Doris had managed to back her into a corner so quickly, but there was no denying the woman's skill. "I'll think about it," she said finally. "Wonderful," Miss Doris said, clapping her hands together. "I knew you'd come around." Holly couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head. "You're very persuasive, Miss Doris." "It's a gift," Miss Doris said with a wink. She stood, smoothing her cardigan. "Now, I'll leave you to your work. But don't hesitate to call if you need anything. I'm just down the road, and I'm always happy to help." Holly walked her to the door, still marveling at how quickly the woman had swept in and rearranged her plans. As Miss Doris stepped onto the porch, she turned back with that knowing smile. "Oh, and Holly," she said. "Welcome home. It's good to have you back." The house was quiet that evening, the kind of stillness that pressed against Holly's ears and made every creak of the floorboards sound amplified. She'd spent most of the day scrubbing the kitchen and wiping down cabinets, her hands raw from bleach water and her back aching from bending over the sink. Now, as the sun dipped below the horizon and cast long shadows across the living room, Holly found herself drawn back to the spare room upstairs. The boxes she'd started sorting the night before still sat in uneven stacks against the wall. Most of them held practical things. Old linens, kitchen gadgets her grandparents had never thrown away, and stacks of yellowed newspapers bundled with twine. But one box, shoved into the corner and covered with a layer of dust, had caught her attention earlier. Holly pulled it toward her and lifted the flaps, the cardboard soft with age. On top sat a framed photograph, its glass slightly clouded. Holly wiped it clean with the hem of her shirt and held it up to the fading light. The image showed the town square decorated for Christmas, strands of lights crisscrossing overhead and a crowd of smiling faces gathered around what looked like a massive tree. In the foreground, her grandmother stood beside a table laden with baked goods, her face bright with laughter. Her grandfather's arm was slung around her shoulders, and even in the frozen moment, Holly could feel the warmth radiating from them. A community Christmas fair. Holly remembered her grandmother talking about them, how the whole island would come together to celebrate. She'd never been here for one, her family's visits had always been in the summer, but she'd heard the stories. Setting the photo aside carefully, Holly dug deeper into the box. Beneath a stack of old recipe cards, she found a small leather-bound notebook. The cover was worn smooth, and when she opened it, she recognized her grandmother's neat, slanted handwriting. Lila's Christmas Cookies, the first page read, underlined twice. Holly's throat tightened as she turned the pages, each one filled with recipes written in careful detail. Gingerbread. Snickerdoodles. Sugar cookies with lemon glaze. Her grandmother's notes were scattered in the margins. Add extra vanilla and James loves these with walnuts. Holly closed the notebook and pressed it against her chest, her eyes stinging. This house wasn't just walls and furniture. It was her grandparents' laughter, their traditions, the life they'd built here. Selling it felt less like letting go of a property and more like erasing something precious. She sat there for a long moment, the notebook in her lap and the photograph propped against the box. Outside, the waves murmured against the shore, a steady, soothing rhythm. Maybe Miss Doris was right. Getting involved in the community, even for just a little while, wouldn't be the worst thing. It might even help her understand why this place had meant so much to her grandparents. Holly tucked the notebook and photograph carefully back into the box and stood, brushing the dust from her jeans. One day helping with the Letters to Santa project. That was all. It wouldn't change anything. But it might make the leaving a little easier. Chapter 4. Evan was halfway through his second cup of coffee when Miss Doris appeared in his classroom doorway like a woman on a mission. He'd learned over the years to recognize that look. The bright smile, the determined glint in her eye, the way she carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who knew she'd already won whatever conversation was about to happen. It was the same expression she'd worn 3 years ago when she'd convinced him to volunteer for the Letters to Santa project in the first place. "Good morning, Evan," Miss Doris said cheerfully, stepping into the room without waiting for an invitation. "Morning, Miss Doris," Evan replied, setting his coffee mug down on his desk. The room was empty. His first period class wouldn't arrive for another 10 minutes, but he had a stack of lab reports to review and a lesson plan to finalize. Still, he knew better than to try rushing her. "What can I do for you?" "Oh, I won't take much of your time," she said. She clasped her hands in front of her, looking entirely too pleased with herself. "I wanted to let you know I found you a partner for the Letters to Santa project this year." Evan blinked. "A partner?" "Yes," Miss Doris said, nodding. "You've been doing such wonderful work with the students, but I thought it might be nice to have someone help share the load. You know, sorting letters, organizing the display, that sort of thing." Evan's grip on his coffee mug tightened slightly. He didn't mind the project, but the idea of coordinating with someone new felt like one more thing to juggle. "That's thoughtful of you, Miss Doris, but I've been managing fine on my own." "Nonsense," she said, waving a hand dismissively. "You're stretched thin as it is, what with teaching and coaching. Besides, this young woman is perfect for the job. She's kind, responsible, and she has a real connection to the island." Evan's curiosity sparked despite himself. "Who is she?" Miss Doris's smile widened. "A lovely nurse named Holly. Holly Bennett. She's staying at the old Harris house while she's in town." The name landed like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples through Evan's chest. Holly. The woman from the coffee shop. The one with hazel eyes that shifted between green and gold. The one whose smile had stayed with him long after she'd walked out the door. His hand slipped slightly, and his coffee mug wobbled on the desk. He caught it just in time, but not before a few drops sloshed onto the stack of lab reports. "Evan?" Miss Doris asked, her expression shifting to concern. "Are you all right?" "Yes," he said quickly, grabbing a tissue to blot the spill. "Sorry. Caffeine hasn't kicked in yet." Miss Doris tilted her head, studying him with the kind of knowing look that made Evan feel like she could see straight through him. "Well," she said slowly, "I'm glad to hear you're on board. Holly's agreed to help, and I thought the two of you could meet at the community center tomorrow afternoon to go over the details." "Tomorrow?" Evan echoed, his mind still catching up. "Yes," Miss Doris said brightly. "Around 4 o'clock, if that works for you. I'll make sure she's there." Evan opened his mouth to protest, or at least to ask more questions, but Miss Doris was already turning toward the door. "Thank you for being so accommodating," she said over her shoulder. "I knew I could count on you." And with that, she was gone, leaving Evan standing at his desk with a coffee-stained tissue in one hand and a head full of questions. He sat down slowly, his gaze drifting to the window. The morning sun streamed through the glass, casting long shadows across the rows of desks. Outside, a few early-arriving students were milling around the courtyard, their voices faint and muffled. Evan ran a hand through his hair, trying to process what had just happened. The bell rang, jolting him out of his thoughts. Within moments, the classroom filled with students, their chatter loud and chaotic as they shuffled to their seats. Evan forced himself to focus, pulling up the day's lesson on the projector and launching into his usual routine. But as he explained the intricacies of photosynthesis and fielded questions about chloroplasts, a small part of his mind stayed fixed on tomorrow afternoon. By the time lunch rolled around, Evan still hadn't shaken the strange mix of anticipation and unease that had settled in his chest. He sat in the teacher's lounge, picking at a sandwich he'd thrown together that morning, only half listening to the conversation happening around him. "You okay, Parker?" asked Jenny Lawson, the school's history teacher, from across the table. She was in her mid-50s, sharp-eyed and no-nonsense, and she'd been teaching at Palmar High longer than Evan had been alive. "Yeah," Evan said, setting his sandwich down. "Long day." Jenny raised an eyebrow. "It's not even noon yet." "Long morning, then," Evan amended with a faint smile. The community center sat on the edge of Main Street, a low brick building with white trim and wide windows that overlooked the town square. Evan had been here countless times over the years, but today, as he pulled into the parking lot, his stomach twisted with an unfamiliar nervousness. He told himself it was ridiculous. This was just a meeting. A simple coordination session to discuss logistics for a holiday project he'd done 3 times before. There was no reason to feel like he was walking into something significant. He grabbed his messenger bag from the passenger seat and headed inside, the glass door swinging shut behind him with a soft click. The lobby smelled faintly of coffee and lemon cleaner, and a bulletin board near the entrance was covered with flyers for upcoming events. The Thanksgiving potluck, a craft fair, and something about a beach cleanup. "Evan!" Miss Doris's voice rang out from down the hall. She appeared moments later, moving with the brisk efficiency of someone half her age. "Right on time, as always." Come. Holly's already here." Evan followed her down the corridor, past the rec room where a group of seniors were playing cards, and into a smaller meeting room at the back of the building. The space was simple, a long table, a few folding chairs, a whiteboard on one wall covered with faded marker from some previous meeting. And there, standing near the window with her arms crossed loosely, was Holly. She turned when the door opened, and Evan saw the exact moment recognition hit. Her hazel eyes widened slightly, and her lips parted in surprise. "Evan," she said, her voice carrying a note of disbelief. "Holly," he replied, trying to keep his tone even. "Professional." As though running into her here didn't feel like the universe playing some kind of elaborate joke. Miss Doris looked between them, her expression shifting from cheerful to curious. "Oh," she said slowly, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. "You two have already met?" At the coffee shop, Holly said quickly. A couple days ago. She gestured vaguely. I wasn't watching where I was going. And I picked up her phone, Evan added, feeling oddly compelled to fill the silence. Miss Doris's smile widened, and Evan had the distinct impression she was filing this information away for later. Well, isn't that lovely, she said. It seems the island is smaller than we think. Holly laughed softly, though it sounded a little nervous. It does. Miss Doris clapped her hands together, her tone shifting to business. Now, I'll leave you two to get acquainted and go over the details. Holly, Evan knows this project inside and out, so he'll bring you up to speed. Evan, Holly's agreed to help through Christmas Eve, so you'll have an extra pair of hands for sorting, organizing, and setting up the display. Sounds good, Evan said, though his voice felt disconnected from his thoughts. Wonderful, Miss Doris said. She moved toward the door, then paused and turned back with a mischievous glint in her eye. Oh, and don't let him fool you, Holly. Evan may seem all business, but he's a big softy when it comes to this project. You'll see. Miss Doris, Evan started, but she was already gone, the door swinging shut behind her. The silence that followed felt heavy, charged with something neither of them seemed ready to name. Holly broke it first, letting out a quiet laugh as she moved toward the table. So, she said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Looks like we're partners. Looks like it, Evan said, setting his bag on the table and taking the seat across from her. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but he could feel the edge of a smile tugging at his lips. I didn't know you'd agreed to help with this. I didn't really have a choice, Holly said, her tone wry. Miss Doris is very persuasive. Evan chuckled, the tension in his chest easing slightly. That's one way to put it. She's got a gift for getting people to volunteer for things they didn't know they were signing up for. I'm starting to see that, Holly said. She folded her hands on the table, her expression softening. But honestly, it sounds like a nice project. I'm happy to help. Evan studied her for a moment, taking in the way her hair caught the light from the window and the faint dusting of freckles across her nose. It is, he said. The kids really love it. And it's a good way to bring the community together during the holidays. Holly nodded, her gaze drifting to the whiteboard on the wall. So what does it involve, exactly? Miss Doris gave me the basics, but I'd love to hear the full picture. Evan leaned back in his chair, grateful for the shift to logistics. It's pretty straightforward, he said. Students write letters to Santa about wishes, reflections, whatever they want to share. Most of them don't believe in Santa anymore, obviously, but that's not really the point. It's more about the spirit of it. Some kids write about what they're grateful for, some write about what they hope for in the future. A few of the younger ones still go all in on the wish list, which is sweet. He paused, a faint smile crossing his face. The best ones are when they write for someone else. A sibling who needs something, a parent going through a hard time, a friend who's struggling. Those are the letters that really matter. Holly's expression softened. That's really sweet. It's one of Miss Doris's best ideas, Evan admitted. She started it a couple of years ago, and it's already become a tradition on the island. We collect them, sort them, and respond to as many as we can. Some of the responses are just encouragement, but for kids who've written something specific, especially when they're writing for someone else, we try to coordinate with local businesses or families to make it happen. The letters get displayed at the community center during the holidays, and there's usually an event on Christmas Eve where families can come see them. Sounds like a lot of work, Holly said. It is, Evan said. But it's worth it. They talked for a while longer, going over timelines and logistics. Evan explained how the letters were collected, how they'd coordinate with the school and the community center, and what kind of help they'd need from volunteers. Holly listened carefully, asking questions and taking notes on her phone. As they talked, Evan found himself relaxing. There was something easy about being around her, something that made the conversation flow without effort. She was warm and engaged, her laughter soft and genuine when he made a self-deprecating comment about his terrible handwriting. By the time they'd gone over everything, the sun had dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the room. Holly stood, tucking her phone into her pocket. "This was really helpful," she said. "Thank you for walking me through it all." "No problem," Evan said, rising as well. "I'm glad you're on board." She smiled, and for a moment, they just stood there, the space between them charged with something unspoken. "I should probably get going," Holly said finally, breaking the silence. "Right," Evan said, nodding. "Well, thanks for agreeing to help with this. I think you'll enjoy it." "I hope so," Holly said, her smile returning. She moved toward the door, then paused and glanced back. "I'll see you soon?" "Yeah," Evan said, his voice a little quieter than he intended. "See you soon." Holly left, and Evan stood there for a moment, listening to the sound of her footsteps fading down the hall. When the door at the end of the corridor clicked shut, he exhaled slowly and ran a hand through his hair. He'd just agreed to spend the next few weeks working closely with a woman who made his pulse quicken every time she smiled at him. This was going to be complicated. Chapter 5. The morning light filtered through the salt-stained windows of the house, casting pale rectangles across the hardwood floors. Holly stood in the middle of the living room, hands on her hips, surveying the work ahead of her. Dust motes swirled in the air, disturbed by her movement, and the smell of old wood and sea air filled her lungs. She'd woken early, determined to make real progress today. The meeting with Evan yesterday had been distracting. She'd spent half the night replaying their conversation, the way his blue-gray eyes had lit up when he talked about the Letters to Santa project, the quiet steadiness in his voice that made her feel oddly grounded. But today was about work. About moving forward with the plan. Holly tied her hair back in a ponytail and pulled on the pair of rubber gloves she'd bought at the hardware store. The living room was first on her list. Dusting, vacuuming, and wiping down every surface until the space looked presentable enough for potential buyers. She started with the mantel, carefully lifting each seashell from its place. Her grandmother had collected them over decades, each one a small treasure from morning beach walks. Holly ran her thumb over the smooth surface of a sand dollar, remembering the summer her grandmother had taught her how to find them in the wet sand at low tide. "Look for the little bumps," Grandma had said, her voice patient and warm. Holly set the sand dollar aside gently and moved to the next item, a small glass ornament shaped like a lighthouse. She held it up to the light, watching the way it caught and refracted the morning sun. It had hung on their Christmas tree every year, always in the same spot near the top where her grandfather could reach it. It spent the rest of the year right here in a place of honor. She had no idea where it had come from or why it was so important to her grandparents. Her chest tightened. She placed the ornament in the box she'd set aside for things to keep, then forced herself to keep moving. The bookshelf was next, its shelves sagging slightly under the weight of paperbacks and photo albums. Holly pulled out a stack of books, their spines cracked and faded, and wiped down the wood beneath them. As she worked, her mind wandered. To the realtor's email sitting unanswered in her inbox. To the contractors she needed to call about the porch repairs. To the nagging voice in the back of her head that whispered, "Are you sure this is what you want?" She pushed the thought away and kept cleaning. By mid-morning, Holly had worked her way into the kitchen. The cabinets weren't as full as they used to be, but the top shelf above the stove held a mismatched collection of mugs that had survived countless summers. She pulled them down one by one, setting them on the counter to wash. The last mug made her pause. It was ceramic, hand-painted with a faded image of a fish jumping out of water. The handle was chipped, and the glaze had worn thin in places, but she recognized it immediately. Her grandfather's favorite mug. He'd used it every morning, filling it with black coffee and carrying it out to the porch to watch the sunrise. Holly turned the mug over in her hands, her throat tight. She could almost hear his voice. It had been deep and rumbling, full of stories about the one that got away or the time he'd caught a fish so big it had nearly pulled him into the water. She set the mug on the counter and pressed her palms flat against the cool tile, closing her eyes. This was harder than she'd expected. Every object she touched, every corner she cleaned, felt like peeling back layers of her own history. The house wasn't just her grandparents' home. It was hers too. The place where she'd learned to bake pies and build sandcastles and sit quietly with a book while the ocean whispered in the background. Selling it meant letting all of that go. Holly opened her eyes and stared at the mug, her reflection distorted in its chipped surface. It's just a house, she told herself firmly. Walls and floors and things. And memories you can take with you. But even as she thought it, she knew it wasn't true. She picked up the mug and carried it to the box of things to keep, setting it carefully beside the lighthouse ornament and her grandmother's recipe notebook. The box was getting fuller than she'd intended, but she couldn't bring herself to leave these things behind. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of scrubbing and sorting. Holly tackled the bathroom next, then moved upstairs to her old bedroom. The patchwork quilt still lay across the twin bed, its colors faded but familiar. She ran her hand over the stitching, remembering the afternoons she'd spent curled up beneath it, reading until the light grew too dim to see. By the time she finished, the sun was high in the sky, and her back ached from bending and lifting. Holly peeled off the rubber gloves and stood in the center of the living room, taking in the results of her work. The space looked cleaner, brighter. The windows let in more light now that she'd wiped away years of salt spray, and the floors gleamed faintly where she'd swept and mopped. It was starting to look like the kind of house someone might want to buy. Holly sank onto the couch, exhaustion settling over her like a heavy blanket. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her messages. Her mother had sent a text asking how the cleaning was going. The realtor had followed up about scheduling the walkthrough. A recruiter had emailed about a nursing contract in Oregon that started in January. All of it pointed in the same direction. Forward. Away from here. Holly set the phone down and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. The house was quiet except for the distant sound of waves and the faint creak of the floorboards settling. She thought about Evan. About the way he'd talked about the letters to Santa project, his voice warm and sincere. About the way he'd looked at her when they'd said goodbye, like he was trying to figure her out. She thought about Miss Doris and her knowing smile, about the way the island seemed to pull people into its orbit whether they wanted to be there or not. And she thought about the box in the corner, slowly filling with things she couldn't bear to leave behind. Holly closed her eyes, letting the exhaustion pull her under for just a moment. The high school hallway smelled like floor wax. Lockers lined the walls in neat rows, decorated with magnets and photos, and the fluorescent lights overhead cast everything in a slightly harsh glow. Holly clutched the strap of her messenger bag as she made her way toward the classroom number Evan had texted her that morning. Room 214. Biology. She found it easily enough. The door was propped open, and she saw Evan inside, leaning over his desk with a red pen in hand. He was focused, his brow furrowed slightly as he marked something on a stack of papers, and for a moment, Holly stood in the doorway, watching him. There was something grounding about the way he carried himself. Steady. Unhurried. Like he had all the time in the world and no reason to rush through any of it. Holly knocked lightly on the doorframe, and Evan looked up, his expression shifting from concentration to surprise, then to something warmer. "Hey," he said, setting down the pen and straightening. "You found it." "I hope I'm not interrupting," Holly said with a small smile as she stepped inside. "Not at all," Evan said, gesturing to the stack of papers. "Just finishing up some grading." The joys of teaching. Holly glanced around the classroom, taking in the periodic table on one wall, the posters about cell structure and photosynthesis, the aquarium in the corner where a small fish darted between plastic plants. "This is a nice setup," she said. "Very science-y." Evan chuckled. "That's the goal. Though the fish does most of the heavy lifting in terms of classroom morale." Holly laughed, moving closer to peer into the aquarium. "What's its name?" "Darwin," Evan said. "The students voted on it last year." "Of course they did," Holly said, grinning. She turned back to him. "So, where do we start?" Evan motioned to a large cardboard box sitting on one of the lab tables near the window. "The letters started coming in yesterday. I figured we could sort them today. Organize them by grade level, maybe flag any that need special attention. Sounds good, Holly said, setting her bag on an empty desk and moving toward the box. They worked in comfortable silence at first, pulling letters from the box and spreading them across the table. Most were written on lined paper, some decorated with drawings or stickers, others simple and straightforward. Holly picked up one that had a carefully drawn Christmas tree on the front and smiled. "This one's cute," she said, holding it up. Evan glanced over, his lips quirking into a faint smile. "Let me guess. Ninth grader? How did you know?" "The glitter," Evan said, pointing to the faint sparkle clinging to the edges of the paper. "And the excessive use of exclamation points. Dead giveaway for freshmen who are still enthusiastic about school projects." Holly laughed, setting the letter in the pile for ninth grade. "You've got this down to a science." "Years of practice," Evan said. He pulled another letter from the box and scanned it quickly before adding it to the growing stack. "You start to recognize patterns." They fell into an easy rhythm, sorting and organizing, the quiet punctuated by the occasional comment or question. Holly found herself relaxing in a way she hadn't expected. There was something soothing about the work, the repetitive motion of pulling letters and reading wishes, the low hum of Evan's voice as he made the occasional observation. "This one's asking for a puppy," Holly said, holding up a letter with a drawing of what might have been a dog. "Or possibly a very fluffy potato. Think we can make that happen?" Evan leaned over to look, his shoulder brushing hers briefly. The contact was light, almost incidental, but Holly felt the warmth of it linger. "Probably not," Evan said, his tone wry. "But we can at least send back some encouragement. Maybe suggest volunteering at the animal shelter." "That's a good idea," Holly said, setting the letter aside. As they continued sorting, the conversation drifted from the letters to lighter topics. Evan asked about her nursing work, and Holly found herself talking more freely than she usually did, describing the places she'd traveled and the patients she'd cared for. She left out the harder parts, the exhaustion, the way she sometimes felt like she was running from something she couldn't name, but Evan seemed content to listen, his attention steady and unhurried. "Sounds like you've seen a lot of the country," he said, leaning back against the lab table. "I have," Holly admitted. "It's one of the perks of being a traveling nurse. You get to experience different places, meet new people." "And the downside?" Evan asked, his tone curious but not prying. Holly hesitated, her fingers stilling on the letter she'd been holding. "I guess the downside is that you never really stay anywhere long enough to feel like you belong." The words slipped out before she could stop them, and she immediately regretted the honesty. "That sounds lonely," he said quietly. "Sometimes," Holly admitted. She forced a smile, trying to lighten the mood. "But it's also freeing. No commitments, no strings. Just me and the open road." Evan nodded, though something in his expression suggested he didn't entirely believe her. He didn't push, though, and Holly was grateful for that. "What about you?" she asked, shifting the focus. "Have you always lived on Palmar Island?" "Pretty much," Evan said. "I left for college, but I came back after I graduated. This place has a way of pulling you in." "Why'd you come back?" Holly asked. Evan was quiet for a moment, his gaze drifting to the window. Outside, the sky was overcast, the gray clouds heavy with the promise of rain. "Family," he said finally. "And I guess I liked the idea of being part of something. A community. Somewhere people know your name and actually care how you're doing." Holly studied him, noting the way his jaw tightened slightly, the way his fingers drummed absently against the edge of the table. There was more to the story, but she didn't press. "That's a nice reason to stay," she said softly. Evan glanced at her, and for a moment, their eyes met and held. His were blue-gray, clear and steady, and Holly felt something shift in her chest. A quiet pull she didn't quite know how to name. "Yeah," Evan said, his voice low. "It is." The moment stretched, warm and unhurried, until the sound of voices in the hallway broke it. Evan straightened, clearing his throat as he turned back to the letters. "We should probably finish up," he said, his tone lighter now. I've got practice in an hour. Right, Holly said, forcing herself to refocus on the task at hand. They worked through the rest of the letters quickly, their earlier ease returning as they sorted and stacked. By the time they were done, the box was empty, and the table was covered with neat piles. That wasn't so bad, Holly said, brushing glitter from her hands. Not bad at all, Evan agreed. He glanced at her, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Thanks for helping with this. I think we make a pretty good team. I think so too, Holly said, surprising herself with how much she meant it. Evan walked her to the door, and as Holly stepped into the hallway, she glanced back at him. He was leaning against the doorframe, his hands in his pockets, and there was something about the way he looked at her that made her pulse quicken. See you soon? She asked. Yeah, Evan said, his smile widening slightly. See you soon. Chapter 6. Miss Doris was in her kitchen, humming along to a Christmas carol playing softly from the radio, when she heard the knock at her door. She glanced at the clock, just past 4 in the afternoon, and wiped her hands on her apron before making her way to the front of the house. Through the window, she could see Lily Parker standing on the porch, her backpack slung over one shoulder and an envelope clutched in her hand. Miss Doris opened the door with a warm smile. Well, hello there, dear. What a lovely surprise. Hi, Miss Doris, Lily said, shifting her weight from foot to foot. Do you have a minute? For you? Always. Miss Doris stepped aside, gesturing for Lily to come in. Would you like some cookies? I just took a batch out of the oven. No, thank you, Lily said, though she followed Miss Doris into the cozy kitchen. The smell of sugar and vanilla filled the air, and a plate of snickerdoodles sat cooling on the counter. Miss Doris settled into one of the kitchen chairs and motioned for Lily to sit across from her. Now, what brings you by? Lily hesitated, her fingers fidgeting with the envelope. I wrote a letter for the Santa project, she said quietly. But I don't want to put it in the box at school. Miss Doris tilted her head, her expression gentle. Why not, sweetheart? Lily bit her lip, staring down at the envelope. Because my dad might see it. And I don't want him to. Miss Doris reached across the table, resting her hand over Lily's. Whatever you wrote, I'm sure your father would understand. I know, Lily said quickly. But I don't want him to feel bad. Or guilty. He already does so much for me, and I don't want him to think I'm. She trailed off, her voice catching slightly. That you're what? Miss Doris prompted softly. Ungrateful, Lily whispered. Miss Doris's chest tightened. She squeezed Lily's hand gently. Oh, my dear girl. I'm sure that's not what your letter says at all. Lily looked up, her blue-green eyes shimmering slightly. Can I give it to you? So you can make sure it doesn't go in the pile he'll see? Of course, Miss Doris said without hesitation. I'll keep it safe. Lily handed over the envelope, relief flooding her face. Thank you. Miss Doris took it carefully, setting it on the table between them. Would you like to tell me what it says? You don't have to, but sometimes it helps to share what's in our hearts. Lily hesitated, then nodded. I asked Santa to help my dad smile again. And to send someone who won't leave when things get hard. Her voice was small, almost embarrassed. I know it's silly. I'm too old to believe in Santa, and I know people can't just show up because you wish for them. But I didn't know what else to do. Miss Doris felt her throat tighten. She reached over and pulled Lily into a gentle hug, holding her close for a moment. That's not silly at all, she murmured. That's one of the most beautiful things I've ever heard. When she released Lily, she brushed a strand of auburn hair from the girl's face. You love your father very much, don't you? More than anything, Lily said, her voice steady now. And he loves you just as much, Miss Doris said firmly. But you're right. He does deserve to smile more. And who knows? Maybe Santa's already working on it. Lily managed a small smile. You think so? I do, Miss Doris said, her eyes twinkling. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. Lily lingered for a few more minutes, eventually accepting a cookie before heading home. Miss Doris walked her to the door, watching as the girl disappeared down the street, her backpack bouncing with each step. When the door closed, Miss Doris returned to the kitchen and picked up the envelope. She opened it carefully, smoothing the paper flat against the table as she read Lily's neat handwriting. Dear Santa, I don't need anything this year. But if you can, please help my dad smile again. He works hard and does everything for me, but I think he's lonely. Maybe you could send someone who won't leave when things get hard. Love, Lily. Miss Doris set the letter down gently, her hand resting over her heart. She'd known Lily since she was a little girl, had watched her navigate the quiet heartbreak of her mother's absence with a grace that belied her years. And she'd seen the way Evan carried his own loneliness, never complaining, always putting his daughter first. But loneliness had a way of carving itself into a person, whether they admitted it or not. Miss Doris folded the letter carefully and tucked it into the drawer of her kitchen desk, separate from the stack of letters she'd collected earlier that day, the ones she'd be sorting through with Evan and Holly later that week. This one was special. This one required a different kind of attention. She glanced out the window, where the afternoon light was beginning to fade, and thought about Holly Bennett. Bright, kind, cautious Holly, who'd spent so many years running from the very thing Lily was wishing for. A small smile tugged at Miss Doris's lips. Well, she murmured to herself, Santa's already at work. Chapter 7. Holly arrived at Palmar High just as the final bell rang, the sound echoing through the now empty hallways. She'd texted Evan earlier to confirm the time, and he'd replied with his usual efficiency, 3:15. Meet me outside my classroom. She found him in the hallway outside his classroom, a cardboard box at his feet and a roll of tape in one hand. Beside him stood a teenage girl with auburn hair pulled back in a loose braid, her blue-green eyes bright and curious as she looked up at Holly. Hey, Evan said, his face brightening when he saw her. Right on time. I try, Holly said with a smile. She glanced at the girl, who was studying her with open interest. Holly, this is my daughter, Lily, Evan said, resting a hand on the girl's shoulder. Lily, this is Holly Bennett. She's helping out with the Letters to Santa project. Hi, Lily said, her smile warm and genuine. It's nice to meet you, Miss Holly. The nickname caught Holly off guard, Miss Holly, and something about it softened the edges of her carefully maintained distance. It's nice to meet you too, Lily, she said. Your dad's told me you're a big help with this project. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly. I just like being part of it. It's a good tradition. It is, Holly agreed. Evan crouched down to open the box, pulling out strings of paper snowflakes and cut out letters that spelled Letters to Santa in cheerful red and green. We're putting up decorations to mark where the display will be, he explained. It's not glamorous, but it needs to get done. I'm pretty good with tape, Holly said, kneeling beside him. Where do we start? The three of them fell into an easy rhythm, Holly holding up decorations while Evan secured them with tape and Lily offered commentary on placement. The hallway began to transform, the plain cinder block walls brightening with festive touches that made the space feel warmer, more inviting. A little to the left, Lily said, tilting her head as Holly held up a string of snowflakes. Holly shifted slightly. Like this? Perfect, Lily declared. Evan climbed onto a stepladder to hang the letters higher up, and Holly found herself watching the easy way he moved, the quiet confidence in his gestures. There was something grounding about him, something steady that made her feel like she could exhale without worrying about what came next. So, Miss Holly, Lily said, breaking into her thoughts. Do you like Palmar Island? Holly glanced at the girl, surprised by the directness of the question. I do, she said carefully. I spent a lot of summers here when I was younger. It's a special place. Are you staying for a while? Lily asked, her tone casual but her eyes a little too perceptive. Holly hesitated, the question landing heavier than she'd expected. Just for a few weeks, she said. I'm here to take care of some things, and then I'll be moving on. Oh, Lily said, her expression flickering with something Holly couldn't quite read. That's too bad. I think Dad could use more help with this project. And then there's the talent show in the spring. Lily, Evan said from the ladder, his tone gently chiding. What? Lily said innocently. It's true. Holly laughed, the sound easing the tension in her chest. Well, I'm happy to help while I'm here. They worked for another hour, the conversation drifting easily between topics. Lily talked about school and her friends, her voice animated as she described a science project she was working on. Evan chimed in occasionally, his dry humor drawing laughs from both Holly and his daughter. At one point, Lily stepped back to survey their work, her hands on her hips. It looks great, she announced. Very festive. Thanks to you, Holly said, smiling at her. Lily grinned, then glanced at her father. Dad, Emma's mom texted. She invited me for dinner. Can I go? Sure, Evan said. What time does she want to pick you up? She said she'll be here in 5 minutes? That works, Evan said. I'll walk you out. Lily grabbed her backpack and phone, texting back quickly. She looked up at Holly with a warm smile. It was really nice meeting you, Miss Holly. I hope I see you again soon. You too, Lily, Holly said, genuinely meaning it. When Emma's mom's car pulled up, Evan walked Lily out, and Holly could hear their muffled conversation through the windows. She likes you, he said when he walked back into the classroom. She's sweet, Holly replied. You've done a great job with her. Evan's expression softened, and he looked away, his hand brushing the back of his neck. She makes it easy, he said quietly. Most of the time, anyway. Holly studied him, noting the way his shoulders carried a tension he didn't talk about, the way his smile didn't quite reach his eyes when he mentioned his daughter. There was a story there. One she suspected had to do with the absence she'd noticed. No mention of Lily's mother, no wedding ring on Evan's hand. She didn't ask. Instead, she picked up the empty box and handed it to him. What's next? Evan glanced at the decorations lining the hallway, then back at her. I was thinking we could sort through more letters. There's a new batch that came in today. But it's getting late, and I don't want to keep you if you've got other things to do. Holly thought about the beach house, the list of repairs waiting for her attention, the emails she still needed to answer. But standing here in this hallway, with Evan looking at her like she was someone worth spending time with, the idea of leaving felt less appealing than it should. I've got time, she said. Let's do it. By the time they settled into Evan's classroom with takeout containers from Mary's diner spread across one of the lab tables, the sun had dipped low in the sky, casting the room in a warm, golden glow. Holly opened her container, a turkey club sandwich with a side of fries, and took a bite, the familiar taste of Mary's cooking hitting her with a wave of nostalgia. This is good, she said, gesturing to the sandwich. I forgot how much I missed Mary's food. It's one of the island's best-kept secrets, Evan said, unwrapping his own sandwich. Though I'm pretty sure everyone knows about it by now. Holly laughed, reaching for a fry. Fair point. They ate in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the only sounds the rustle of paper and the occasional creak of the building settling around them. Then Evan pulled the new batch of letters from a box on his desk, setting them on the table between them. Ready? He asked. Ready, Holly said, wiping her hands on a napkin before picking up the first letter. As they sorted, the conversation drifted naturally. Evan told her about his students. The ones who asked too many questions, the ones who fell asleep in the back row, and the ones who surprised him with unexpected insights. His voice was warm when he talked about them, and Holly could hear the genuine affection beneath his words. You really love teaching, don't you? She said, setting a letter aside. I do, Evan admitted. It's not glamorous, and it doesn't pay great, but there's something about watching a kid finally understand something they've been struggling with. It makes everything worth it. Holly nodded, understanding the sentiment more than she wanted to admit. I feel the same way about nursing, she said. There's a lot of hard days, but the moments when you make a difference, even a small one, those are the ones that stick with you. Evan looked at her, his gaze steady. What made you want to be a traveling nurse? Holly hesitated, her fingers stilling on the letter she'd been holding. It was a question she'd answered 100 times, always with the same practiced response: I like seeing new places. I like the flexibility. It's a great way to gain experience. But sitting here with Evan, the words felt hollow. She bit her lip. I guess I liked the idea of not being tied down, she said finally. After I finished nursing school, I didn't know where I wanted to be or what I wanted to do. Traveling gave me a way to keep moving without having to commit to anything. And now? Evan asked, his tone curious but not pressing. Holly looked down at the letter in her hands, the question settling over her like a weight. Now I'm not sure, she admitted. I've been doing this for almost 10 years, and I'm good at it. But lately, it started to feel, I don't know. Exhausting, maybe. Like I'm running but I don't know what I'm running toward. Evan didn't respond right away, and when Holly glanced up, she found him watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. Do you have your next contract lined up? He asked. Not yet, Holly said, the admission surprising her. I've had a few offers, but I haven't committed to anything. I told myself I'd figure it out after I dealt with the house. Evan was quiet for a moment, and when Holly glanced up, she caught something flicker across his face: relief, maybe? Or hope? But it was gone so quickly she couldn't be sure. What kind of offers? He asked, his tone carefully light. One in Oregon, Holly said. Another in Colorado. Both starting in January. That's soon, Evan said, and Holly thought she heard something shift in his voice, though his expression remained neutral. Yeah, Holly said quietly. She set the letter down and reached for another, but her movements were slower now, less certain. The conversation had taken on a weight she hadn't expected, and she found herself acutely aware of the space between them. They worked in silence for a while, and Holly found herself stealing glances at Evan, noting the way his brow furrowed slightly as he read, the way his hand moved with careful precision as he sorted the letters into piles. There was something about him that made her want to stay in this moment. Not just in this room, but in this feeling of being seen and understood in a way she hadn't experienced in a long time. What about you? She asked, breaking the silence. Do you ever think about leaving? Teaching somewhere else? Evan looked up, his expression thoughtful. Not really, he said. I mean, I've had offers over the years. Better pay, bigger schools. But leaving would mean starting over, and I'm not sure I want that. Especially not for Lily. She's got her grandparents, her friends, the whole community watching out for her. I couldn't take that stability away from her. Holly nodded, hearing the weight behind his words. Stability sounds important to you. It is, Evan said, his jaw tightening slightly. Especially after. He trailed off, seeming to weigh his words. Holly waited, sensing there was more he wanted to say. My ex-wife left a couple years ago, Evan said finally, his voice quiet. She wanted more than the island could give her. More excitement, more opportunities. I couldn't stop her from leaving. It was hard. Especially for Lily. Holly's chest tightened at the vulnerability in his words. I'm sorry, she said. That must have been really difficult. It was, Evan said. But we're managing. Lily's resilient, and we've got good people around us. Miss Doris, my parents, the community. It helps. Holly nodded, her fingers tracing the edge of the letter in her hands. Lily seems like a great kid. She is, Evan said, his voice warming. She's the best thing in my life. The sincerity in his words made Holly's throat tighten. She thought about the way he looked at his daughter, the quiet pride in his voice when he talked about her. It was clear that Lily was his anchor, the reason he stayed grounded even when things got hard. And it made Holly wonder what it would be like to have that kind of certainty. To know where you belonged and who you belonged with. You're a good dad, she said softly. Evan glanced at her, his expression softening. Thanks. I'm trying. They returned to sorting the letters, but the atmosphere had shifted. It felt warmer somehow, more intimate. Holly found herself relaxing in a way she hadn't expected, the easy rhythm of their conversation filling the quiet spaces between them. By the time they finished, the sky outside had darkened completely, the stars beginning to appear through the classroom windows. Holly stretched, her back aching slightly from sitting too long, and began gathering the empty takeout containers. "Let me help," Evan said, standing and reaching for one of the bags. "Thanks," Holly said, handing it to him. They walked to the parking lot together, the cool night air a welcome change after the warmth of the classroom. Holly unlocked her car and tossed the trash into the back seat, then turned to find Evan standing a few feet away, his hands in his pockets. "Thanks for helping tonight," he said. "And for hanging out with Lily earlier. She really liked you." "She's easy to like," Holly said, smiling. "You both are." Evan's lips curved into a faint smile, and for a moment they just stood there, the space between them charged with something unspoken. "See you soon?" Holly asked, breaking the silence. "Yeah," Evan said, his voice low. "See you soon." Holly climbed into her car and started the engine, but as she pulled out of the parking lot, she glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Evan still standing there, watching her leave. Her chest tightened, and she gripped the steering wheel a little harder. She wasn't supposed to feel this way. She wasn't supposed to want to stay. But as she drove back toward the beach house, the memory of Evan's smile and the warmth of his voice stayed with her, persistent and undeniable. Chapter 8. Evan's Saturday morning began with a text from his mother. "Coffee at 9? Your father's making pancakes." It was the kind of invitation that wasn't really optional. Not that Evan minded. He'd been meaning to stop by anyway, and pancakes sounded infinitely better than the cereal he'd been planning to eat. He dropped Lily off at a friend's house for a study session, then drove the short distance to his parents' place. They still lived in the modest ranch-style home 2 blocks from the marina that he grew up in. The front yard was neat and tidy, with a small garden his mother tended religiously and a flagpole his father had installed years ago that still flew the American flag every morning without fail. Evan let himself in through the front door, the smell of coffee and butter greeting him immediately. In the kitchen, his mother called. He found his parents exactly where he'd expected them. His father, Tom, stood at the stove with a spatula in hand, and his mother, Elaine, sat at the kitchen table with a mug of coffee and the morning paper spread in front of her. "There's my boy," Tom said, glancing over his shoulder with a grin. "Right on time." "Wouldn't miss it," Evan said, dropping into the chair across from his mother. She reached over to squeeze his hand, her smile warm and familiar. "How's Lily?" Elaine asked. "Good," Evan said. "She's at Emma's house working on a project." "That's nice," Elaine said. "And how are you? You've been busy with that Santa project, haven't you?" "Yeah," Evan said, accepting the mug of coffee his father slid across the table. "It's coming together. We've got a good group of volunteers this year." Tom flipped a pancake onto a plate and brought it over, setting it in front of Evan with a flourish. "Eat up. You look like you've been skipping meals again." "I haven't been skipping meals," Evan protested, though he picked up his fork without argument. The three of them settled into the easy rhythm of breakfast, the conversation drifting between topics from Lily's latest school project, to the upcoming holiday events at the marina and the weather forecast that promised rain by the end of the week. It was comfortable and familiar. The kind of morning Evan had grown up with and now tried to recreate for Lily whenever he could. Tom refilled his coffee and leaned back in his chair, stretching his legs out under the table. "Oh, I forgot to mention," he said casually. "Got a call from Maggie over at Coastal Realty yesterday." Evan glanced up from his pancakes. "Yeah? What did she want?" "She asked me to take a look at the plumbing in the Harris house," Tom said, taking a sip of his coffee. "Apparently it needs some work before they can list it. She said the owner's fixing it up to sell." Evan's fork stilled midair. "The Harris house?" "Yep," Tom said, nodding. Hasn't been lived in for a few years, from what I understand. Owner's a woman named Holly Bennett. I think she's staying there now while she gets everything sorted out. The name hit Evan like a physical blow, the air leaving his lungs in a rush. Holly Bennett. He set his fork down carefully, his mind racing. The Harris house. Holly's house. The connection clicked into place with a sickening clarity, and suddenly everything made sense. Why she was on the island. She was selling the Harris house. Evan, his mother said, her voice cutting through the fog in his head. Are you all right? Yeah, Evan said quickly, though his voice sounded distant even to his own ears. I'm fine. Surprised, I guess. Tom frowned. You know the place? Everyone knows the Harris house, Evan said, his tone sharper than he intended. He forced himself to take a breath, to steady his voice. The family has been part of the island forever. Well, not anymore, I suppose, Tom said with a shrug. Times change. People move on. Evan nodded, but the words felt hollow. He pushed his chair back abruptly, the legs scraping against the linoleum. I should get going. I've got some errands to run. Elaine looked at him with concern. You barely touched your pancakes. I'll take them to go, Evan said, grabbing his plate and carrying it to the counter. He wrapped the pancakes in foil with quick, mechanical movements, his mind still spinning. Evan, his mother said gently. What's wrong? Nothing, Evan said, forcing a smile as he turned back to face her. Just remembered something I need to take care of. Thanks for breakfast. He kissed his mother on the cheek and clapped his father on the shoulder before heading out the door, the cool morning air doing little to clear the tightness in his chest. Evan sat in his truck in his parents' driveway, the engine idling but his hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly to shift into gear. The Harris house. He could picture it so clearly. The blue-gray siding, the wraparound porch, the way the light caught the windows in the late afternoon. It had been one of the warmest, most welcoming places on the island when he was growing up. A place where the door was always open, where Mrs. Harris's cookies were always fresh, and where Mr. Harris's booming laugh could be heard from the street. Evan's throat tightened as the memories washed over him. He'd been 8 years old the first time he'd spent Christmas at the Harris house. His mother had been working a double shift at the marina's shop, trying to make ends meet during the lean winter months, and his father had been out on a repair call that had stretched late into the night. Evan had been alone, sitting on the front porch of their house with his coat zipped up to his chin, when Mrs. Harris had appeared with a basket of gingerbread cookies and a smile that could have lit up the whole island. Come on, sweetheart, she'd said, holding out her hand. No one should be alone on Christmas Eve. She'd brought him to the house, where Mr. Harris had been stringing lights on the tree and a fire had been crackling in the hearth. They'd let him help decorate, and Mrs. Harris had made hot cocoa with extra marshmallows, and for a few hours, Evan had felt like he was part of something bigger than himself. It had been the first time he'd understood what it meant to belong to a community. And years later, when he and Brooke had been looking for a house to start their family, Mr. Harris had pulled him aside at the marina one afternoon. We're getting older, Evan, he'd said, his voice gruff but kind. This house is too much for us now. When we're ready to sell, we'd like to offer it to you first. You and Brooke, starting your family here. We would love that. Evan had been stunned. Honored. He and Brooke had talked about it that night, making plans, imagining their children growing up in those rooms, running on that beach. It had felt like a promise. Like the island itself was welcoming them into something permanent and good. But then Mr. Harris had passed away suddenly that spring. And Mrs. Harris, grieving and struggling, had moved to a care facility on the mainland within the year. The house had sat empty, and Evan had assumed Holly's family would eventually deal with it. And then Brooke had left. After the divorce, the idea of buying the Harris house had felt impossible. He was barely keeping his head above water financially, focused entirely on making sure Lily had stability. The dream had slipped away, filed under things that might have been if life had gone differently. But he'd never forgotten it. Never stopped thinking about what could have been. and now Holly was selling it to strangers, without any idea that it had once been promised to him. Evan exhaled slowly, his hands loosening on the wheel. He wasn't angry. Not exactly. She didn't know. She had no way of knowing about the conversation he'd had with her grandfather, about the plans he and Brooke had made, about the life he'd imagined building there. But the thought of it being sold, of someone new moving in who didn't understand what that place had meant, twisted something deep in his chest. And the fact that it was Holly selling it, Holly, who'd laughed with him over letters and shared stories about her life on the road, who'd made his heart quicken every time she smiled at him, made it worse. Because it meant she wasn't just passing through temporarily. She was severing ties. Letting go of the one connection she had to the island. Letting go of something her grandparents had wanted him to have. And if she could let go of the house so easily, what did that say about her ability to stay for anything or anyone else? Evan put the truck in gear and pulled out of the driveway, his jaw tight. He didn't know what he was going to do with this information, but one thing was clear. The easy warmth he'd been feeling toward Holly had just gotten a lot more complicated. Chapter 9. Holly was elbow-deep in the kitchen cabinets when she heard the knock at the front door. She straightened, wiping her dusty hands on her jeans, and glanced at the clock. Just past 11. She wasn't expecting anyone. She made her way to the door and pulled it open to find Miss Doris standing on the porch, a wicker basket over one arm and that knowing smile Holly had come to recognize. "Good morning, dear," Miss Doris said brightly. "I hope I'm not interrupting." "Not at all," Holly said, stepping aside. "Come in. I was just cleaning out the kitchen." Miss Doris swept inside, setting her basket on the entry table. "I brought you some banana bread. Fresh from the oven this morning." She pulled back the cloth covering the basket, revealing a golden loaf that made Holly's mouth water. "You're spoiling me," Holly said, smiling despite herself. "Nonsense," Miss Doris replied, following Holly into the kitchen. She surveyed the chaos, cabinet contents spread across the counter, cleaning supplies scattered about, and nodded approvingly. "You've been busy." "Trying to be," Holly said, reaching for 2 mugs from the dish rack. "Coffee? That would be lovely." They settled at the small kitchen table a few minutes later, steaming mugs between them and a plate of banana bread already half demolished. Miss Doris had a gift for making herself at home anywhere, and Holly found the older woman's presence oddly comforting. "So," Miss Doris said, taking a delicate sip of her coffee, "how are you finding the Letters to Santa project?" "It's nice," Holly admitted. "More meaningful than I expected, actually. Some of these kids have really thoughtful things to say." "They do, don't they?" Miss Doris's eyes twinkled. "And how are you getting along with Evan? He's such a dedicated teacher. I knew you two would work well together." Holly felt her cheeks warm slightly. "He's been great. Very organized, patient with all my questions." Miss Doris said, her smile widening in a way that suggested she saw far more than Holly was saying. "He's a good man. Been through a lot, but he handles it with such grace." Holly wanted to ask what exactly he'd been through. She knew about his ex-wife leaving, but sensed there was more to the story. But before she could, Miss Doris continued. "Actually, I was hoping you might do me a favor. We've got another batch of letters that came in yesterday, and I've been sorting them by grade level. Would you mind dropping them off at the community center this afternoon? Evan should be there around 1:30. Holly's heart lifted unexpectedly at the prospect. "Sure, I can do that." "Wonderful," Miss Doris said, finishing her coffee and rising from the table. "I'll have them ready for you in about an hour. You can pick them up from my house on your way." After Miss Doris left, Holly found herself working with renewed energy. She finished the kitchen cabinets, showered, and changed into a clean sweater and jeans. By 12:30, she was pulling into Miss Doris's driveway. The older woman met her at the door with a cardboard box. "Here you are, dear. All organized and ready to go." Holly took the box, balancing it against her hip. "Thanks for trusting me with this." "Oh, I trust you with far more than letters, Miss Doris said with a mysterious smile. Now, off you go. Evan's probably already there. As Holly drove toward town, she tried to tamp down the flutter of anticipation in her chest. It was just a delivery. Just a quick drop-off. Nothing to get excited about. But she couldn't quite convince herself. The community center parking lot was nearly empty when she arrived, just a handful of cars scattered across the spaces. Holly grabbed the box and headed inside, her pulse quickening as she made her way down the familiar hallway. The door to their usual meeting room was closed, but Holly could see the lights on through the narrow window. She balanced the box on one hip and pushed the door open, stepping inside with a smile already forming on her lips. Hey, I brought. The words died in her throat. Evan stood at the far end of the table, his back to her, sorting through a stack of papers with sharp, precise movements. He glanced over his shoulder when she entered, his expression neutral in a way that immediately set her on edge. Hey, he said, his tone polite but distant. He turned back to the papers without waiting for her response. Holly blinked, her smile faltering. Hi, she said, her voice quieter now. She set the box on the table, the thud louder than she'd intended in the suddenly tense silence. Miss Doris asked me to drop these off. I finished sorting some others too. There are some really good ones in here. Great, Evan said, still not looking at her. Thanks for bringing them. Holly stood there, unsure what to do with her hands. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, then crossed her arms, then let them fall to her sides. Something was wrong. The easy warmth that had defined their interactions over the past week, maybe even 2 weeks now, was gone, replaced by a coolness that felt deliberate. Is everything okay? She asked, taking a tentative step closer. Fine, Evan said, finally turning to face her. His blue-gray eyes met hers briefly before flicking away, and Holly felt the distance in that look like a physical thing. Just a lot going on. End of the semester crunch, you know. Right, Holly said slowly. She wanted to believe him, but the tension in his shoulders and the way he wouldn't quite meet her gaze told a different story. Well, if you need help with anything. I'm good, Evan interrupted, his tone a little too quick. He gestured to the box she'd brought. I'll go through these later. I've got to head out soon anyway. Holly felt the words like a door closing in her face. She forced herself to nod, to keep her expression neutral even as confusion and something sharper, hurt, maybe, settled in her chest. Okay, she said. Well, I guess I'll leave you to it, then. She turned to go, but hesitated, her hand on the doorframe. Evan? He looked up, his expression guarded. Did I do something wrong? The question came out softer than she'd intended, more vulnerable, and she immediately regretted it. Evan's jaw tightened, and for a moment, Holly thought he might actually tell her what was going on. But then he shook his head, his voice carefully measured. No. You didn't do anything wrong. The words should have been reassuring, but they landed flat, empty of the warmth she'd come to associate with him. Holly nodded, not trusting herself to say anything else, and left. Back at the house, the familiar creak of the front door, and the salty scent that smelled like home did nothing to ease the confusion still swirling in her mind. She'd come here to let go of the past. To move forward. To keep things simple. But nothing about Evan Parker felt simple anymore. The beach was quiet that evening, the sun dipping low on the horizon and painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Holly walked along the shore, her bare feet sinking into the cool, damp sand with each step. The waves rolled in and out with a steady rhythm, the sound soothing in a way that nothing else had been all day. She'd tried to distract herself after leaving the community center. She'd finished wiping down the kitchen cabinets, then moved on to organizing the linen closet upstairs. But none of it had quieted the noise in her head. Evan's distance had rattled her more than it should have. Holly stopped walking and stared out at the water, the horizon stretching endlessly before her. The surf crashed against the shore, the foam hissing as it retreated, and she let the sound wash over her, grounding her in the present moment. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and she pulled it out to see her mother's name on the screen. Holly hesitated for a moment, then answered. "Hi, Mom." "Holly. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me," Carolyn said, her voice warm but with that slight edge of concern that mothers never quite lost. "How's everything going with the house?" "It's going," Holly said, resuming her walk along the shore. "I've been cleaning and organizing. The realtor wants to do a walkthrough next week." "That's good progress," Carolyn said. "I know it can't be easy, being in that house again. So many memories." Holly swallowed hard, her gaze drifting to the waves. "More than I expected, honestly." There was a pause, and then her mother's voice softened. "You know, sweetheart, you don't have to sell if you're not ready. There's no rush." "I know," Holly said quietly. "But it makes sense. I'm never here, and it's just sitting empty. Someone should get use out of it." "That's very practical," Carolyn said, though something in her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. "But since when have you been the practical type?" Holly laughed despite herself. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You've spent the last 10 years traveling all over the country, honey. Taking short-term contracts, never staying anywhere long enough to unpack more than a suitcase. That's not exactly the choice of someone who values practicality." The words landed with more weight than Holly had expected. She stopped walking again, her free hand wrapping around her middle as though she could hold herself together. "Maybe I'm trying to be more practical," she said finally. "Or maybe," Carolyn said gently, "you're trying to convince yourself that letting go is the right thing to do." Holly closed her eyes, the truth of her mother's words settling over her like a heavy blanket. "I don't know what I'm doing, Mom." "That's okay," Carolyn said. "You don't have to have all the answers right now. Just don't make any decisions you can't undo, all right? Not until you're sure." "Okay," Holly whispered. They talked for a few more minutes, Carolyn filling her in on life in Florida, talking about the neighbors, the book club, and the new restaurant she and her husband had tried. It was easy, comfortable conversation, and by the time they said goodbye, Holly felt steadier. But as she slipped the phone back into her pocket and resumed her walk, her mother's words echoed in her mind. "Don't make any decisions you can't undo." Holly thought about the house. About the realtor's walkthrough, the contractors she'd been calling, the way she'd been moving through each room with clinical efficiency, treating it like just another task to check off her list. And she thought about Evan. About the way his smile had made her feel anchored, the way his steadiness had drawn her in despite every instinct telling her to keep her distance. She'd come here to let go. To close this chapter and move on to the next one, wherever that might be. But standing here on this beach, with the waves lapping at her feet and the memory of Evan's guarded expression still fresh in her mind, Holly couldn't help but wonder if she was letting go of the wrong things. The sky deepened to indigo as she finally turned back toward the house, the first stars beginning to emerge overhead. The lights from the neighboring homes glowed warmly in the distance, and Holly found herself thinking about what it would be like to be one of those lights. To have a place that was hers, not just for a few weeks or months, but for good. The thought scared her. But it also felt like something she couldn't quite shake. Holly climbed the porch steps and unlocked the front door, stepping inside to the familiar smell of salt and lavender. The house was quiet, peaceful in a way that felt both comforting and lonely. She moved to the kitchen and poured herself a glass of water, leaning against the counter as she stared out the window at the darkening sky. Her phone buzzed again. It was a text from Miss Doris this time. "Hope the delivery went well, dear. Let me know if you need anything." Holly smiled faintly, typing back, "It went fine. Thank you." She set the phone down and closed her eyes, letting the silence settle around her. She didn't know what was going on with Evan. Didn't know if she'd done something to push him away or if he was dealing with something she couldn't see. But what she did know was that his distance had hurt in a way she hadn't expected. Because somewhere along the way, without meaning to, she'd started to care. And that realization terrified her. Chapter 10. Evan pulled up behind his father's truck in the driveway of the Harris house, the familiar blue-gray siding triggering a flood of memories before he'd even cut the engine. He'd known this was coming, but actually being here felt different than he'd anticipated. It felt like stepping back in time. Tom was already out of his truck, toolbox in hand, when Evan climbed out. His father raised a hand in greeting, his weathered face breaking into a familiar smile. "Thanks for coming," Tom said. "This should be quick, but an extra pair of hands never hurts." "No problem," Evan replied, moving to the back of his father's truck to grab the pipe wrench and bucket. "Where's the leak?" "Kitchen sink," Tom said, leading the way up the porch steps. "Ms. Bennett said it's been dripping for a while. Probably just needs new washers, but we'll see." Evan followed his father inside, and the moment he crossed the threshold, the years seemed to fall away. The house smelled different than he remembered, dustier, with less of Mrs. Harris's signature lavender and vanilla scent, but the bones of it were the same. The wide plank floors that creaked in all the familiar places. The stone fireplace with its deep mantel. The way the afternoon light slanted through the windows and made everything glow. "The place hasn't changed much," Tom said, setting his toolbox on the kitchen counter. "Well, except for it mostly sitting empty." Evan nodded, his gaze drifting around the room. The kitchen was clean but bare, the counters cleared of the clutter that had always made it feel lived in. Gone were Mrs. Harris's ceramic cookie jar shaped like a lighthouse, the hand-painted canisters that had held flour and sugar, the wooden spoon holder that had always overflowed. But the space itself was exactly as he remembered. "You all right?" Tom asked, glancing at him with concern. "Yeah," Evan said quickly. "I haven't been here in a long time." Tom nodded, understanding passing between them without words. He knelt down to open the cabinet beneath the sink, shining a flashlight into the space. "Yep, there's the problem." "Hand me that wrench?" Evan passed it over and crouched beside his father, watching as Tom worked to loosen the connections. It was mindless work in some ways, the kind of thing they'd done together dozens of times over the years. But being here, in this house, made it feel weighted with significance. "You remember the Harrises?" Evan asked after a moment. Tom glanced at him, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "Course I do. Good people. James helped me out more than once when I was getting the business started. Loaned me tools, gave me advice. Never asked for anything in return." Evan nodded, his chest tightening. "I remember Mrs. Harris's cookies. Best on the island, aside from Miss Doris's," Tom agreed. He tightened a connection and tested it, then sat back on his heels with a satisfied grunt. "That should do it. Turn on the water, will you?" Evan stood and twisted the faucet handle, watching as water flowed smoothly into the sink. "No drips. No leaks." "Perfect," Tom said, packing up his tools. "Now let's check the bathroom upstairs. The owner mentioned the toilet's been running." They made their way up the creaking staircase, and Evan found himself pausing on the landing to look at the wall of family photos that still hung there. Most were black and white or faded color prints of James and Lila Harris in their younger years, standing on the beach or in front of the house. A few showed them with a little girl, her dark hair caught in pigtails, her smile wide and uninhibited. Evan leaned closer, studying the photos he'd never paid much attention to before. The little girl in the pictures was Holly. He could see it now, the shape of her face, the way her eyes crinkled when she smiled. She'd been happy here, loved here. These walls held her memories just as they held his. He stepped back, his chest tightening. The house wasn't just a symbol of community warmth. It was her family's legacy. And she was selling it anyway. "You coming?" Tom called from the bathroom. Evan tore his gaze away from the photos and followed his father, though the weight in his chest had only grown heavier. Seeing Holly's childhood self staring back at him from those frames made everything more complicated. She had roots here, deep ones. But she was cutting them anyway, just like Brooke had. The bathroom repair took longer than the kitchen, but Evan barely registered the work. He handed his father tools on autopilot, his thoughts consumed by the house and everything it represented. He thought about the Christmas Eve he'd spent here when he was 8. The way Mrs. Harris had welcomed him in without question had made him feel like he belonged. The warmth of the fire and the smell of gingerbread and the way Mr. Harris had let him help string lights on the tree, patiently untangling the strands and showing him how to test each bulb. It had been one of the best nights of his childhood. A moment of pure belonging in a year that had felt uncertain and lonely. And now Holly was preparing to hand it over to strangers. "All set," Tom said, standing and wiping his hands on a rag. "Anything else while we're here?" Evan shook his head. "I think that's it." They packed up the tools and made their way back downstairs. As they stepped onto the porch, Evan paused, turning to look back at the house. The late afternoon sun cast it in golden light, and for a moment, it looked exactly as it had in his memory. Warm, welcoming, full of life. But it wasn't full of life anymore. It was just a shell, waiting to be sold. "You sure you're okay?" his father asked, resting a hand on Evan's shoulder. Evan nodded, though the tightness in his chest suggested otherwise. "Yeah. Just thinking." Tom studied him for a moment, then squeezed his shoulder. "The Harisas loved this place. But houses are only buildings, son. It's the people in them that make them special." "I know," Evan said quietly. But as they loaded the tools into the truck and drove away, Evan couldn't shake the weight settling over him. The house wasn't just a building to him. It was a symbol of everything he valued. And Holly was letting it go. He thought about her mention of the job offers in Oregon and Colorado. About the way she'd described her life on the road, always moving, never staying long enough to put down roots. The house was just another thing she'd leave behind. Another connection she'd sever without a second thought. And if she could let go of this place so easily, what did that say about her ability to stay for anything, or anyone, else? Evan gripped the steering wheel tighter as he drove back toward town, his jaw set and his mind racing. He'd been starting to fall for her. He could admit that now, at least to himself. The way she laughed, the way she listened, the quiet strength she carried. All of it had drawn him in despite his better judgment. But she was leaving. She'd been clear about that from the beginning. And maybe it was time he started protecting his heart before it got broken all over again. A couple of days after the plumbing repair, Evan found himself at the hardware store, picking up supplies for a cabinet project he'd been putting off. The aisles were quiet on a weekday afternoon, most of the island's residents either at work or hunkered down at home against the December chill that had settled in overnight. He was comparing wood stains when he heard her voice. "Excuse me, do you know where I'd find weather stripping?" Evan looked up to find Holly standing a few feet away, talking to Kenny Brown, the store's owner. She wore jeans and a dark green jacket, her hair pulled back in a ponytail, and she looked tired. Kenny pointed her toward the back of the store, and Holly thanked him before turning. Her gaze landed on Evan, and for a moment, her face brightened. "Evan," she said, her smile tentative but genuine. "Hi." "Holly," Evan replied, his voice polite but measured. He turned his attention back to the wood stain, pretending to read the label. Holly hesitated, then took a few steps closer. "How have you been? I haven't heard from you for a few days." "Busy," Evan said, setting one can down and picking up another. "End of semester. Lots going on." "Right," Holly said, and he could hear the uncertainty in her voice. "I've been meaning to check in, but Miss Doris said you've been swamped. Need any help organizing letters?" "I'm good for now," Evan said, still not looking at her. The silence that followed felt heavy, awkward. Evan could feel her watching him, could sense the questions she wasn't asking. "Okay," Holly said finally, her voice quieter now. "Well, I'll let you get back to your shopping." "Thanks," he said. He heard her footsteps retreat down the aisle, and only then did he allow himself to glance over his shoulder. She was already disappearing around the corner, her shoulders hunched slightly as though she were trying to make herself smaller. Evan exhaled slowly, his jaw tight. He set the can of wood stain back on the shelf and rubbed the back of his neck, a familiar tension settling between his shoulder blades. That was painful to watch. He turned to find Miss Doris standing at the end of the aisle, a small bag of nails in her hand and an expression that was part disappointment, part exasperation. "Miss Doris," Evan said, straightening. "I didn't see you there." "Clearly," she said, walking toward him. "Because if you had, you might have been a little kinder to that poor girl." "I was perfectly civil." "Civil," Miss Doris repeated, her tone dry. "Yes, you were. The way one might be civil to a telemarketer or a door-to-door salesman." Evan looked away, his hands settling on his hips. "I don't know what you want me to say." Miss Doris set her bag of nails on the shelf and crossed her arms, studying him with those sharp eyes that always seemed to see too much. "I want you to tell me what happened. You and Holly were getting along so well, and now you're treating her like she's done something unforgivable." "She hasn't done anything," Evan said, his voice tight. "Then why are you pushing her away?" Evan's jaw clenched. He stared at the rows of paint cans in front of him, their labels blurring as his thoughts churned. I'm just keeping my distance." "Why?" Miss Doris pressed gently. "Because she's leaving," Evan said, the words coming out sharper than he intended. "She's selling the house, taking a job somewhere far away, and moving on with her life. Like she's done 100 times before. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that doesn't matter." Miss Doris was quiet for a moment, her expression softening. "Did you tell her about the house? Your plan to buy it from her grandfather?" "No," Evan admitted. "What's the point? That plan fell apart a long time ago." "It might matter to her," Miss Doris said. "If she knew what that house meant to you." "It wouldn't make a difference," Evan interrupted. "She's already made up her mind. And even if she hadn't, I can't," he broke off, shaking his head. "I can't do this again." Miss Doris reached out and rested a hand on his arm, her touch gentle. "Evan, I know Brooke hurt you. But Holly isn't Brooke." "I know that," Evan said quietly. "Do you?" Miss Doris asked. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're letting your fear make decisions for you." Evan didn't respond. He couldn't. Because she was right, and they both knew it. Miss Doris sighed, patting his arm before picking up her bag of nails. "You know," she said, her tone lighter now, "you can't fight Christmas magic forever, dear." Evan let out a hollow laugh. "There's no such thing as Christmas magic." "Isn't there?" Miss Doris said, her smile turning mysterious. "I've seen it work wonders over the years. But it only works if you let it." She started to walk away, then paused and glanced back. "That girl is falling for you, whether she realizes it yet or not. And unless I'm very much mistaken, you're falling for her too. The question is, are you going to let your past dictate your future? Or are you going to take a chance on something that could be wonderful?" Before Evan could respond, she turned and headed toward the checkout counter, leaving him standing alone in the aisle. Chapter 11. Holly sat at the small desk in her bedroom, her laptop open in front of her and the glow of the screen the only light in the darkening room. Outside, the sun had nearly set, painting the sky in deep shades of purple and orange. She'd spent most of the day tackling the upstairs closets, sorting through boxes of linens and old clothes that had been packed away for years. But her mind hadn't been on the work. It had been on Evan. On the way he'd barely looked at her in the hardware store 2 days ago. On the coldness in his voice, the deliberate distance he'd put between them. She'd replayed the encounter over and over, trying to figure out what she'd done wrong, but every time she came up empty. Holly rubbed her eyes, exhaustion pressing down on her shoulders. She should be focused on the house, on the repairs that still needed to be done, on the realtor's walkthrough scheduled for next week. Instead, she was sitting here wondering why a man she barely knew had the power to make her feel so untethered. Her email chimed, and Holly glanced at the screen. The sender's name made her breath catch, Mountain View Medical Center, Colorado. She clicked it open, her heart thudding as she read. "Dear Ms. Bennett, we are pleased to offer you a position as a traveling nurse, pediatrics, with our facility, starting January 2nd. This is a 13-week contract with the possibility of extension, and compensation will be as follows. Holly scanned the details. The pay was excellent, better than most of the offers she'd received in the past year. The location was beautiful, nestled in the mountains with access to hiking and skiing. The contract length was standard, and the position itself was exactly the kind of work she excelled at. It was perfect. Everything she'd been telling herself she wanted. Holly leaned back in her chair, staring at the email. All she had to do was reply with her acceptance, and the decision would be made. The path forward would be clear. She'd finish up here, sell the house, and move on to the next chapter of her life. Just like she always did. Her phone buzzed on the desk, pulling her attention away from the screen. It was a text from Miss Doris. "Holly, could you do me a favor? I've got the final batch of letters ready to sort, but my arthritis is acting up and I can't manage the boxes. Would you mind coming to the community center tonight around 7 to go through them? I know it's last minute, but it would be such a help." Holly's fingers hesitated over the keyboard. After the long day and the weight of the email from Colorado, the last thing she wanted to do was go out. But she couldn't bring herself to refuse Miss Doris. She typed back, "Of course. I'll be there." Miss Doris replied almost immediately, "You're a treasure." "Thank you, dear." Holly set the phone down and turned back to the email from Colorado. Her cursor hovered over the reply button, the words "I accept" forming in her mind. But she didn't type them. Instead, she closed the laptop and stood, moving to the window. The beach stretched out before her, the waves rolling in and out with their steady rhythm. The lights from the neighboring houses glowed warmly in the distance, and she could see a family on one of the porches, their laughter carrying faintly on the wind. This island had a pull she hadn't expected. Or maybe it wasn't the island at all. Maybe it was the people. Miss Doris with her knowing smiles, Lily with her sweet earnestness, Evan with his quiet steadiness that had made her feel, for the first time in years, like she didn't have to keep running. But Evan had pulled away. And at the end of the day, what was keeping her here? Holly pressed her forehead against the cool glass, her breath fogging the window. The job in Colorado was the logical choice. The smart choice. It was everything she should want. So why did the thought of accepting it feel like giving up? She glanced at the clock. 6:45, she needed to get going if she was going to meet Miss Doris on time. Holly grabbed her jacket and headed downstairs, locking the door behind her. The community center was only a 10-minute drive, and Holly spent the entire time thinking about the email. By the time she pulled into the parking lot, she'd almost convinced herself to accept the offer. Almost. Holly climbed out of her car and made her way inside, the familiar hallway quiet at this hour. The door to their usual meeting room was open, and she could see the lights on inside. "Miss Doris," she called, stepping through the doorway. But it wasn't the elderly woman she'd expected to meet standing at the table with his back to her, sorting through a stack of envelopes. It was Evan. Holly stopped short, her heart lurching. "Oh. I thought Miss Doris would be here." Evan turned, and she saw the same surprise flash across his face. "She texted me an hour ago asking if I could help sort the final batch. Said her arthritis was acting up." Understanding dawned, and Holly felt her cheeks flush. Of course. Miss Doris had set them up. "Right," Holly said, gripping the strap of her bag. "Well, I can go if..." "No," Evan said quickly, then cleared his throat. "I mean, we're both here. Might as well get it done." Holly hesitated, then nodded. "Okay." She set her bag on one of the chairs and moved to the table, keeping a careful distance between them. The box of letters sat in the center, and she pulled out a stack, grateful for something to focus on besides the awkward tension filling the room. They worked in silence at first, the only sounds the rustle of paper and the faint hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. Holly kept her focus on the letters, reading each one carefully, but she was acutely aware of Evan's presence across the table. The silence stretched, heavy and uncomfortable, until Holly couldn't take it anymore. "Evan," she said, setting down the letter she'd been holding. He looked up, his expression guarded. "Did I do something wrong?" she asked, her voice quieter than she'd intended. Evan's jaw tightened, and for a moment, she thought he might actually tell her the truth. But then he shook his head, his voice carefully measured. No. You didn't do anything wrong. Then why do I feel like you can't stand to be in the same room as me? The words came out sharper than she'd meant them to, tinged with frustration and hurt. Evan looked away, his hands gripping the edge of the table. It's not you, Holly. It's just, complicated. Complicated how? She pressed. It doesn't matter, Evan said, his voice tight. Let's just finish this, okay? Holly stared at him, her chest aching. She wanted to push, to demand answers, but the wall he'd built between them felt impenetrable. Fine, she said finally, turning back to the letters. They worked in silence again, the tension thick enough to choke on. And as Holly sorted through letter after letter, all she could think about was the email waiting for her at home. The job in Colorado. Maybe it was time to stop hoping for something that clearly wasn't going to happen. Holly picked up a letter that made her pause. The handwriting was shaky, the letters formed with obvious care, and the paper was decorated with crayon drawings of stars and hearts. Dear Santa. My name is Wyatt and I am 9. My brother says you might not be real, but I think you are. Can you please help my mom? She is sad a lot because my dad left and she works 2 jobs. I don't need toys. I just want her to smile again. Thank you, Wyatt. Holly's throat tightened as she read it twice more. She looked up to find Evan watching her, his expression softer than it had been all evening. You okay? He asked quietly. Holly nodded, though her eyes were stinging. This one got to me. She slid the letter across the table to him. Evan read it, his jaw working as he processed the words. When he looked up, some of the guardedness had melted from his face. Yeah, he said softly. Those are the ones that matter most. Do you know this kid? Holly asked. Wyatt? I do, Evan said, setting the letter carefully aside. He's a good kid. Quiet. His mom works at the diner and cleans houses on the weekends. He paused, his expression thoughtful. We can coordinate something with Miss Doris. Maybe get some groceries delivered anonymously, or help with their electric bill. That's a good idea, Holly said, and meant it. She watched as Evan made a note on a separate piece of paper, his movements gentle, deliberate. This was the man she'd been getting to know before everything had shifted. The one who cared deeply, who showed up, who made a difference in quiet, meaningful ways. You're good at this, Holly said before she could stop herself. Evan glanced up, surprise flickering across his face. At what? Seeing people, Holly said. Really seeing them. Not just going through the motions. Evan was quiet for a moment, then set down his pen. That's what this project is supposed to be about, right? Actually paying attention to what people need instead of what's easy or convenient. I guess it is, Holly said softly. She picked up another letter, and this time when she read it, a girl asking Santa for art supplies so she could make pictures for her grandmother, she couldn't help but smile. This one's sweet, she said, holding it up. 8th grader asking for colored pencils and sketch pads. Evan leaned over to look, and Holly caught the faint scent of his soap, something clean and woodsy. The proximity made her pulse quicken, and she forced herself to focus on the letter. That's Magnolia Hayes, Evan said, a smile tugging at his lips. She's incredibly talented from what I've heard. Maybe we could put together an actual art kit for her, Holly suggested. Not just pencils, but good quality supplies. I like that, Evan said, and when their eyes met, something passed between them. A moment of connection that felt like the ice finally beginning to crack. They kept sorting, and gradually, the tension that had filled the room began to ease. They fell into the rhythm they'd had before, commenting on letters, sharing observations, occasionally laughing at a particularly creative wish or a misspelled word that changed the entire meaning of a sentence. Listen to this one, Evan said, his voice filled with barely contained laughter. Dear Santa, please bring me a dragon. A real one. My mom says they're not real, but I think she's wrong. I will take good care of it and feed it pizza. Holly laughed, the sound surprising her with its lightness. How old? 7, Evan said, grinning. And very serious about the pizza part. He underlined it 3 times. Well, we can't get him a dragon, Holly said, still smiling. But maybe a really good stuffed one? And a book about dragons? Perfect, Evan said, making another note. As the pile of unsorted letters dwindled, Holly started to relax. The easy banter, the shared purpose reminded her why she'd started to care about this project in the first place. And why she'd started to care about Evan. When they finally sorted the last letter, Evan leaned back in his chair and stretched, a satisfied smile on his face. That's it. We're officially done. All ready for the display? Holly asked. All ready, Evan confirmed. He glanced at her, and some of the warmth she'd missed over the past few days was back in his eyes. Thanks for coming tonight. Even if Miss Doris ambushed both of us. Holly laughed. She did. But I'm glad she did. Yeah, Evan said softly. Me too. The moment stretched between them, comfortable but charged with something unspoken. Holly found herself noticing the small details. The way his shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, the faint smile still lingering on his lips, the way he was looking at her like he was seeing her for the first time all over again. Thunder rumbled in the distance, low and ominous. Evan glanced toward the window. Storm's moving in. Forecast said it would be a big one. As if to prove his point, the lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. I should probably get going before it hits, Holly said, though she found herself reluctant to leave. Yeah, Evan said, standing. The lights flickered again, more insistently this time, and the first drops of rain began pattering against the windows. Maybe I'll wait just a few minutes, Holly said. See if it passes. Evan nodded, moving to look out the window. Good idea. It's really coming down now. Holly joined him at the window, watching as the rain intensified, sheeting across the parking lot in silver waves. Lightning flashed in the distance, illuminating the dark clouds rolling in from the ocean. It's beautiful, Holly said softly. In a dramatic kind of way. Island storms always are, Evan replied. He glanced at her, and in the flickering light from outside, his expression was softer than she'd seen it in days. Holly, I'm sorry. For the way I've been acting. You don't have to, Holly started. I do, Evan said. You deserved better than that. The lights flickered again, longer this time, and thunder cracked overhead, closer now. We should probably, Evan began, but the rest of his words were lost as the power went out completely, plunging the room into darkness broken only by the lightning flashing through the windows. Chapter 12. The darkness was absolute for a moment, and then lightning flashed again, illuminating the room in stark white light before plunging them back into shadow. Thunder followed immediately, rattling the windows. That was close, Holly said, her voice small in the darkness. Yeah, Evan replied, his heart still racing for more than just the storm. He moved across the room, reaching for his jacket. My phone's in my coat. Let me get the flashlight. Before he could pull out his phone, the backup generator kicked in, and dim emergency lights flickered to life in the hallway, casting faint illumination through the open doorway. Well, that's something, Evan said, returning to where Holly stood by the window. The sparse lighting was just enough to see by, painting everything in soft shadows. They stood side by side, watching the storm rage outside. Rain lashed against the windows, and the wind howled, bending the trees in the parking lot at sharp angles. But Evan was barely aware of the storm. He was too conscious of Holly beside him. The faint scent of her shampoo, the way her shoulder was inches from his, the quiet rhythm of her breathing. I don't think you're driving anywhere for a while, he said quietly. No, Holly agreed. Probably not. The silence between them felt different. Charged. Heavy with all the things that had been building over the past weeks, all the words he'd been too afraid to say. Evan turned to face her, his heart pounding. In the dim light, she looked almost ethereal, her features softened, her hazel eyes reflecting the faint glow from the hallway. "Holly," he said, his voice rougher than he intended. "I need to tell you something." She turned toward him, and he saw her swallow, saw the way her fingers tightened slightly on the windowsill. "Okay." The words tumbled out before he could second-guess them. "I've been pushing you away because I'm scared. Not of you. Of this. Of feeling something real and then losing it. Evan." "Let me finish," he said gently, taking a step closer. He needed to say this, needed her to understand. "My ex-wife left, and it broke something in me. Made me believe that people don't stay. That commitment is just a word that doesn't mean anything when things get hard." He took another step, close enough now to see the way her chest rose and fell with each breath. "But then you came along, and you made me want to believe again. And that terrified me." Holly's eyes were wide, luminous in the dim light, and Evan's chest ached with how much he wanted this despite every instinct telling him to protect himself. "I know you're leaving," he continued, his voice dropping lower. "I know you have a life waiting for you somewhere else. But I couldn't let you go without telling you that these past few weeks with you have meant something. You've meant something." Lightning flashed, and in that brief moment of brightness, he saw her expression clearly. Surprise and something that looked almost like hope. "You mean something to me too," she whispered. The words hit him like a physical force, breaking through the last of his resistance. Evan lifted his hand slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, but instead she leaned into his touch. Her skin was soft beneath his palm, warm despite the chill from the storm outside. His thumb traced along her jaw, and he felt more than hurt her sharp intake of breath. "Holly," he said, her name barely more than a whisper. She tilted her face up toward his, her eyes drifting closed, and Evan felt his pulse hammering in his ears. He leaned in, drawn by a force stronger than logic or fear, watching as her lips parted slightly in anticipation. The air between them hummed with electricity that had nothing to do with the storm. His breath mingled with hers, so close he could feel her warmth. His phone rang, the shrill sound shattering the moment like glass. Evan jerked back, his heart still racing but now for an entirely different reason. He fumbled for his phone, silently cursing the interruption, but when he saw Lily's name on the screen, everything else fell away. "Hey, sweetheart, are you okay?" he answered, trying to keep the concern from his voice. "Dad." Lily's voice was high and frightened. "The power went out and I'm scared. There's lightning everywhere and I thought I heard something outside and—" I know," Evan said, his tone shifting to soothing even as his chest tightened. "It's out here too. Are you in your room? Good. Stay there, okay? I'm leaving right now. I'll be home in 10 minutes. He ended the call and looked at Holly, torn between the need to go to his daughter and the desperate desire to finish what they'd started. "I'm sorry," he said, the words feeling wholly inadequate. "She's home alone and scared of the storm. I need to go," Holly said quickly, though he could see the same frustrated disappointment in her eyes that he felt. "Of course you need to go." Evan hesitated, drinking in the sight of her. Her flushed cheeks, lips still parted, eyes dark with emotion. "I don't want to leave like this." "Lily needs you," Holly said firmly. "I'll be fine." The storm's already starting to let up a little. It wasn't true, the rain was still coming down in sheets, but Evan knew she was right. His daughter came first. Always. He grabbed his jacket, then found himself standing in front of Holly again, unable to just walk away. Not after what had almost happened. Not after what they'd both admitted. Acting on instinct, he cupped her face in both hands and pressed a kiss to her forehead, letting his lips linger there for just a moment, trying to communicate everything he couldn't say. "We're not done here," he said, his voice rough with promise. Chapter 13. Holly had replayed the moment 100 times. The way Evan's thumb had brushed her jaw, the warmth of his breath against her lips, the intensity in his eyes just before his phone had rung. And that forehead kiss, brief but achingly tender, before he'd run out into the storm. "We're not done here." The words had echoed in her mind every moment since. She was half-heartedly wiping down kitchen counters she'd already cleaned twice, when she heard the knock at the door. Through the window, she could see Miss Doris on the porch, holding what looked like a covered dish. Holly opened the door with a smile that felt more forced than usual. "Miss Doris. This is a surprise. I thought you might like some company," Miss Doris said, sweeping inside with her typical warmth. "And I made too much chicken casserole. Again." They settled at the kitchen table with tea and generous portions of casserole, and for a few minutes, Holly managed to keep the conversation light, sticking to updates on the house repairs, the upcoming school concert, and the weather forecast. "All right, dear," Miss Doris said, setting down her fork. "What's troubling you?" Holly's hands tightened around her mug. "Nothing. I'm fine." "Holly Bennett," Miss Doris said gently, "I've been reading people for 73 years. And right now, you look like a woman who's fighting a battle with her own heart." Holly's throat tightened. She stared down at her tea, watching the steam curl upward. "I don't know what I'm doing," she admitted quietly. "With the house?" Miss Doris asked. "With everything." Holly looked up, and the understanding in Miss Doris's eyes made her own sting with unshed tears. "I came here to sell the place and leave. That was the plan. Simple, clean, no complications. And now?" "Now you're not so sure," Miss Doris finished softly. Holly nodded, not trusting her voice. Miss Doris reached across the table and covered Holly's hand with her own. "Can I tell you something? Something I learned the hard way?" "Please," Holly whispered. "You can't always protect your heart by locking the door," Miss Doris said. "I know it feels safer. It seems like the logical choice when you've been hurt before. But sometimes, you have to open it to let the light in. Otherwise, you're not protecting yourself. You're living in the dark." Holly blinked rapidly, a tear escaping despite her best efforts. "What if I open the door and everything falls apart anyway?" "What if you don't?" Miss Doris countered gently, "and you miss out on something beautiful?" They sat in silence for a moment, Miss Doris's hand warm and steady over hers. "That man cares about you," Miss Doris said. "More than he's ready to admit, I think. And unless I'm very much mistaken, you care about him too." Holly's voice was barely audible. "I'm terrified." "Of course you are," Miss Doris said. "Anything worth having is terrifying. I may not have known you long, but I recognize a kindred spirit. Someone who keeps moving because staying still feels too dangerous. But sometimes the bravest thing we can do is stop running long enough to see what we've been running toward." Holly wiped at her eyes with her free hand, managing a watery smile. "When did you get so wise?" "Oh, I've always been this wise," Miss Doris said with a wink. "People just don't always listen." The next afternoon, Holly found herself at Palmar High, helping to set up for the winter concert. Miss Doris had recruited her and Holly had agreed before she'd fully thought through the implications. Which meant she was now standing in the school auditorium, stringing lights along the stage while trying not to think about the fact that Evan was somewhere in the building. She'd made it almost an hour before she heard his voice. "No, Jackson, the risers go on the left side. Stage left, not audience left." Holly's heart jumped into her throat. She focused very intently on the strand of lights in her hands, wrapping them carefully around the stage pillar. "Need help with that?" She turned to find Evan standing a few feet away, his hands in his pockets, his expression carefully neutral. But his eyes held the same awareness she felt thrumming through her own veins. "I've got it," Holly said, then immediately felt stupid. "I mean, unless you want to help." "You can. If you want." Smooth, she thought. Very smooth. Evan's lips twitched into the smallest smile as he moved closer, reaching up to take the end of the light strand she'd been struggling with. His fingers brushed hers as he took it, and Holly felt the contact like an electric shock. They worked in silence for a moment, Holly acutely aware of every movement he made, every breath he took. The auditorium buzzed with activity around them. Students were hauling equipment, teachers shouting instructions, and the stage crew testing the sound system. So, Evan said, securing the lights to a higher hook. About the other night. Mr. Parker. A student's voice cut through the moment. We can't find the extension cords. Evan closed his eyes briefly, his jaw tightening in frustration. They're in the storage closet backstage, he called back. Left side, bottom shelf. When he looked back at Holly, she saw the same conflicted emotions she felt. Want and fear and uncertainty all tangled together. Holly, he started. It's okay, she said quickly, though her heart was hammering. You're busy. We can talk later. Later, Evan agreed, but he didn't move. He stood there, close enough that Holly could see the flecks of darker blue in his gray eyes, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him. Mr. Parker. Another student. The piano bench is stuck. Evan let out a breath that might have been a laugh or a sigh. I should go, Holly said, smiling despite the flutter in her chest. Save the piano bench. He hesitated one more moment, his gaze dropping briefly to her lips before he pulled it back up to her eyes. Come to the concert tomorrow night? It wasn't really a question, more of a plea. I'll be here, Holly said softly. Something in Evan's expression eased, and he nodded before turning to address whatever crisis was unfolding with the piano bench. Holly returned to the lights, but her hands were shaking slightly. She could still feel where his fingers had brushed hers, could still see the way he'd looked at her like she was something precious and terrifying all at once. Across the auditorium, she caught Miss Doris watching them with a knowing smile. The older woman gave her a subtle nod, as if to say, see? Light. Holly ducked her head, unable to stop her own smile from forming. Chapter 14. The concert had gone better than Evan had dared to hope. The choir had hit most of their notes, the band hadn't dropped a single instrument, and only 2 students had needed to be reminded to stop waving at their parents during their performances. All in all, a success. Now the auditorium was nearly empty, just a few stragglers lingering in the lobby. Evan stood near the door, ostensibly supervising cleanup but really trying to catch his breath after 2 solid hours of controlled chaos. He spotted Holly, helping Miss Doris pack up leftover cookies. She wore a deep green sweater that brought out the shifting colors in her hazel eyes, and her hair was loose around her shoulders. When she laughed at something Miss Doris said, Evan felt his chest tighten. He'd caught glimpses of her all evening. During the performance, he'd found his gaze drifting to where she sat in the 3rd row, her face rapt as she watched the students perform. When their eyes had met across the auditorium, the connection had been electric, immediate, impossible to ignore. Miss Doris said something that made Holly glance his way, and their eyes caught again. This time, Holly's lips curved into a small, almost shy smile that did things to Evan's heartbeat he didn't want to examine too closely. Miss Doris, eagle-eyed as always, looked between them with barely concealed satisfaction before patting Holly's arm and heading toward the exit. Evan took a breath and crossed the lobby, weaving between clusters of people until he reached Holly's side. Hey, he said, his voice coming out rougher than intended. Great concert. It was wonderful, Holly agreed. The kids were so talented. And Lily's solo was beautiful. Pride warmed Evan's chest. She's been practicing for weeks. I'm glad it paid off. They stood in slightly awkward silence for a moment, the air between them humming with everything unspoken. Around them, the lobby was emptying out, parents ushering their children toward the exits, volunteers calling out goodbyes. Can I walk you to your car? Evan asked. Holly's smile widened slightly. I'd like that. They made their way outside together, the December night crisp and clear. Stars scattered across the sky like diamonds, and their breath fogged in the cold air. The parking lot was mostly empty now, just a handful of cars remaining under the amber glow of the streetlights. Holly's car was parked near the back, away from the main entrance. As they walked, their hands swung close enough that Evan could feel the pull between them, magnetic and undeniable. Thank you, Holly said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. For including me in all of this. The letters to Santa project, the concert, everything. I didn't expect She trailed off, and Evan glanced at her. Didn't expect what? Holly stopped walking, turning to face him. In the lamplight, her expression was open, vulnerable in a way he hadn't seen before. I didn't expect Christmas to feel like this. For the first time in years, it actually feels like home. Evan's heart stuttered. He took a step closer, close enough now that he could see the way her breath caught, the way her eyes widened slightly. Holly. I know I said I was leaving, she continued, the words tumbling out in a rush. I know I have plans and offers and a whole life somewhere else. But being here, with you, with Lily and Miss Doris and this community. She shook her head, laughing softly at herself. I don't know anymore. I don't know what I want. I know what I want, Evan said quietly. Holly looked up at him, her hazel eyes searching his face. What? Evan took another step closer, closing the distance between them until he could see the faint freckles dusted across her nose, until he could count the different shades of green and gold in her eyes. You, he said simply. I want you. He watched her swallow, watched the way her lips parted slightly. Evan. You've changed things around here, he continued, his voice low and intense. The way Lily lights up when she sees you. The way Miss Doris talks about you like you're already family. The way this whole island seems brighter somehow. He paused, letting himself be completely honest. The way I feel when I'm around you. Like maybe I could believe in something good again. Holly's eyes were shimmering now, and Evan lifted his hand slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. When she didn't, he cupped her face gently, his thumb brushing against her cheekbone. I'm terrified, she whispered. Of staying. Of letting myself want this. Me too, Evan admitted. But I'm more terrified of not taking this chance. Their eyes met and held, and Evan felt the world tilt, felt everything else fall away until there was only Holly's face in the lamplight. Her breath mingled with his in the cold air. He felt the warmth of her skin beneath his palm. He leaned in slowly, watching as her eyes drifted closed, feeling her lean into him. And then, finally, their lips met. The kiss was soft at first, tentative, like they were both afraid of breaking something fragile. Holly's lips were warm despite the cold, and Evan tasted the faint sweetness of hot chocolate. She made a small sound, barely audible, and he felt it reverberate through his entire body. His other hand came up to frame her face, his fingers sliding into her hair, and Holly's hands found his chest, her palms pressed flat against his coat. Even through the layers of fabric, he could feel the pressure of her touch, grounding him, anchoring this moment in reality. The kiss deepened, shifting from tentative to certain, from question to answer. Holly's fingers curled into the fabric of his coat, holding him close, and Evan angled his head, wanting more, needing to be closer. The scent of her shampoo wrapped around him, and he breathed her in, committing every detail to memory. Her lips moved against his with increasing confidence, and Evan felt years of loneliness and fear and careful self-protection crack apart like ice in spring. This was everything he'd been too afraid to hope for. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Evan rested his forehead against hers. The cool air between them felt charged, electric. Holly's eyes were still closed, her lashes dark against her flushed cheeks, and her hands were still gripping his coat like she was afraid to let go. Wow, she whispered, and Evan felt the word more than heard it, felt the warmth of her breath against his lips. Yeah, he agreed, his voice rough. Wow. Holly's eyes opened slowly, and when she looked at him, Evan saw the same wonder reflected back. I don't know what happens next, she said quietly. Neither do I, Evan admitted. He brushed his thumb across her cheek, unable to stop touching her. But I know I want to find out. Holly nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips. Me too. They stood there for another moment, neither quite ready to break the spell. Then Holly shivered slightly, and Evan realized they'd been standing in the December cold for longer than was probably wise. You should get in your car, he said reluctantly. Before you freeze. Probably, Holly agreed, but she didn't move. Evan smiled, stealing one more quick kiss. When he pulled back, Holly's smile was radiant, transforming her entire face. Good night, Evan, she said, her voice carrying a warmth that had nothing to do with the temperature. Good night, Holly, he replied. He waited until she was in her car, engine running, before he walked to his truck. As he climbed in, he found Lily waiting in the passenger seat, earbuds in, scrolling through her phone. She looked up when he got in, pulling out one earbud. Took you long enough, she said, but there was a knowing smile on her face. Sorry, Evan said, starting the engine. Just saying goodnight to Holly. Lily said, her grin widening. Is that what we're calling it? Evan felt his cheeks warm. It's okay, Dad, she said, her voice softer now. I like her. She's nice. Evan glanced at his daughter, his chest tightening with emotion. Yeah, he said quietly. She is. Chapter 15. Holly woke to sunlight streaming through her bedroom window and the immediate, visceral memory of Evan's lips on hers. She lay there for a moment, her fingers drifting to her mouth as though she could still feel the pressure of his kiss. The taste of him. The warmth of his hands cradling her face. The way the world had narrowed to just the two of them under the stars. Her phone buzzed on the nightstand, and Holly's heart jumped. She grabbed it, her pulse quickening when she saw Evan's name. Good morning. I've been thinking about last night. Holly's fingers hovered over the keyboard, a dozen responses forming and dissolving in her mind. Before she could settle on one, another text came through. Lily's been asking if you'd come over for dinner tonight. I told her I'd ask. No pressure, but we'd both really like to have you. Holly's chest tightened. Dinner with Evan and Lily. At their home. It felt significant. A step beyond a stolen kiss, beyond volunteer work and shared glances. This was being invited into his life, into his daughter's life, in a way that felt both wonderful and terrifying. She typed back, I'd love to. What time? 6:30 work for you? Holly typed back, perfect. See you then. She set the phone down and stared at the ceiling, her mind racing. Last night, wrapped in Evan's arms with his lips on hers, everything had felt simple. But morning light had a way of bringing reality into sharp focus. She was falling for him. Falling in a way that felt like stepping off a cliff with no idea what waited at the bottom. And the job offer from Colorado sat in her inbox, still unanswered, the deadline looming closer with each passing day. Holly threw back the covers and got out of bed, needing to move, to do something with the restless energy coursing through her. She showered, dressed, and was halfway through making coffee when she heard the knock at the door. Miss Doris stood on the porch, holding a tin of what looked like homemade muffins and wearing an expression that suggested she knew exactly what was going through Holly's mind. Good morning, Miss Doris said brightly. I hope I'm not intruding. Not at all, Holly said, stepping aside. Come in. I just made coffee. They settled at the kitchen table, and Miss Doris set the tin between them. Cranberry orange, she said. My mother's recipe. They smell amazing, Holly said, taking one. But her hands were trembling slightly as she peeled back the paper wrapper, and she knew Miss Doris noticed. So, Miss Doris said, taking a delicate sip of her coffee. How was the concert last night? Holly felt her cheeks warm. It was lovely. The students were wonderful. Miss Doris said, her eyes twinkling. And how was the walk to your car afterward? Holly's blush deepened. How did you? I've been watching Evan Parker pine after you for weeks now. And unless I'm very much mistaken, something shifted last night. She leaned forward slightly. Am I wrong? Holly set down her muffin, no longer able to pretend. He kissed me, she said quietly. Or I kissed him. I'm not sure who started it, but it happened, Miss Doris finished, her smile widening. And it was wonderful. Yes, Holly admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. It was. But now you're terrified, Miss Doris observed. Holly looked up, surprised by how easily the older woman read her. How do you do that? Years of practice, Miss Doris said kindly. She reached across the table and covered Holly's hand with her own. Tell me what's frightening you. Holly took a shaky breath. I'm falling for him. For both of them. Evan and Lily. And I don't know what to do because I have this job offer in Colorado, and I told myself when I came here that I was just tying up loose ends. Getting the house ready to sell. Moving on to the next thing like I always do. Her voice cracked slightly. But now everything's different, and I don't know how to be the kind of person who stays. Miss Doris was quiet for a moment, her expression thoughtful. Can I ask you something? Holly nodded. When you think about leaving, how does it feel? Holly closed her eyes, trying to conjure the image of herself driving away from Palmar Island, starting fresh somewhere new. But instead of the relief she'd expected, all she felt was a hollow ache in her chest. Like I'm making a mistake, she whispered. And when you think about staying? Miss Doris pressed gently. Holly thought about Evan's smile, about Lily's laughter, about the way this house had started to feel less like a burden and more like a sanctuary. She thought about roots sinking deep into island soil, about belonging to a place and a community, about waking up every morning knowing where home was. Terrifying, Holly said. But also right. Like maybe this is what I've been running toward all along. Miss Doris squeezed her hand. Then I think you know what to do. But what if I'm not good at staying? Holly asked, her voice small. What if I try and fail? What if I hurt them? What if you don't? Miss Doris countered. What if you stay and it's everything you've been afraid to hope for? Holly's eyes stung with unshed tears. I don't know how to do this. None of us do, dear, Miss Doris said. Love is always a leap of faith. But from what I've seen, you and Evan are worth the risk. And Lily. She smiled softly. That girl needs someone like you in her life. Someone steady and kind who won't leave when things get hard. The words hit Holly like a physical blow, settling deep in her chest. Someone who won't leave when things get hard. That's what Evan needed too. What they both needed. Proof that commitment could mean something, that love didn't have to end in abandonment. Could she be that person? For both of them? He invited me to dinner tonight, Holly said. At their house. Miss Doris's smile widened. Then I suggest you bring dessert. And maybe a little courage. Holly stood on Evan's porch at 6:28, holding a pie she'd picked up from Mary's diner and trying to calm her racing heart. Through the window, she could see warm light spilling from inside, could hear the faint sound of music and laughter. Before she could knock, the door swung open. Lily stood there, grinning, her eyes bright with excitement. Miss Holly, she exclaimed. Dad said you were coming, but I didn't believe him until I saw your car. Hi, Lily, Holly said, smiling despite her nerves. I brought apple pie. Dad loves pie, Lily said, taking Holly's coat and hanging it carefully by the door. Come on, he's in the kitchen. Holly followed Lily through the small, cozy living room and into a kitchen that smelled like garlic and tomatoes. Evan stood at the stove, stirring something in a large pot, and when he turned and saw her, his face lit up in a way that made Holly's knees weak. Hey, he said, his voice warm and a little rough. You made it. I did, Holly replied, suddenly shy. Everything felt different in the light of day, with Lily bouncing excitedly beside her and the domesticity of dinner filling the air. Evan set down his spoon and crossed to her, and for a moment, Holly thought he might kiss her. But with Lily watching, he simply squeezed her hand. The quick, private gesture that somehow felt more intimate than a kiss. I'm really glad you're here, he said quietly. Me too, Holly whispered. Dinner was easy in a way Holly hadn't expected. Evan had made spaghetti with homemade sauce, and Lily kept up a steady stream of chatter about school and her friends and the solo she'd sung at the concert. Holly found herself relaxing into the rhythm of their family dynamic. The gentle teasing between father and daughter, the comfortable silences, the way they moved around each other with practiced ease. It felt like belonging. Like home. They were halfway through dinner when Lily spoke up, her voice casual but her eyes serious. Are you going to stay? She asked, looking up from her plate. On the island, I mean. After Christmas. Holly's hand stilled, her fork halfway to her mouth. She glanced at Evan, who had gone very still, his expression carefully neutral though she could see the tension in his shoulders. I'm still figuring that out, Holly said carefully, setting down her fork. I've got some decisions to make. But you like it here, right? Lily pressed. You seem happy. I am happy, Holly said, and realized as she said it that it was true. Happier than I've been in a long time. Lily nodded, seemingly satisfied with that answer, and returned to her spaghetti. But when Holly caught Evan's eye across the table, she saw hope mixed with fear, want tangled with uncertainty. Evan was clearing the dishes when Lily's phone buzzed on the table. She picked it up, and Holly watched as her expression shifted from curiosity to confusion to hurt in the space of a few seconds. Lily? Evan said, setting down the plates he'd been carrying. What's wrong? Lily's voice was small when she spoke. It's Mom. She says she can't make it for Christmas after all. They got invited to go skiing in Aspen. The warmth that had filled the kitchen evaporated like steam. Evan's jaw tightened, and Holly saw him fighting to keep his expression neutral, to not let Lily see his anger. I'm sorry, sweetheart, he said, crossing to his daughter and pulling her into a hug. Lily's phone buzzed again, and she pulled back to read it. She says she'll send me something nice. And we can video chat on Christmas morning. Her voice cracked on the last word. Holly's chest ached watching them. She set down the dish towel she'd been holding, uncertain of her place in this moment but unable to just stand by. It's fine, Lily said, her voice going flat in a way that suggested it was anything but fine. I didn't really expect her to come anyway. Lily, Evan started, but she was already pulling away from him. I'm going to my room, she said, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I have homework. She walked out of the kitchen, her footsteps heavy on the stairs. A moment later, they heard her bedroom door close. Not a slam, but a quiet click that was somehow worse. Evan stood in the middle of the kitchen, his hands clenched at his sides, his expression torn between rage and heartbreak. For a long moment, he didn't move, just stared at the doorway where his daughter had disappeared. Evan, Holly said softly, taking a step toward him. He looked at her then, and the raw pain in his eyes made her chest tighten. She does this every time, he said, his voice rough. Makes promises she has no intention of keeping. And Lily? She keeps hoping. She's her mother, Holly said quietly. Of course she hopes. Evan's jaw tightened, and Holly could see him fighting for control. I should go talk to her. Do you want me to leave? Holly asked, though the thought of walking out now, of leaving them alone with this hurt, felt wrong. Evan's eyes met hers, and something in his expression shifted. No, he said firmly. Please stay. Holly nodded. Then go. I'll be here. Chapter 16. Evan climbed the stairs slowly, each step feeling heavier than the last. He could hear the faint sound of music coming from Lily's room. Some melancholy song he didn't recognize, but that seemed to match the mood perfectly. He knocked softly on her door. Lily? Can I come in? There was a pause, then a muffled, I guess. Evan opened the door to find his daughter lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling, her phone clutched in one hand. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry, as though she'd cried herself out or was refusing to let the tears fall. Hey, he said softly, sitting on the edge of her bed. You okay? I'm fine, Lily said, her voice flat. Lily. I said I'm fine, Dad. She sat up, pulling her knees to her chest. It's not like I didn't see this coming. She always does this. Evan's chest ached at the resignation in his daughter's voice. I know. And I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Lily said, though her voice wobbled slightly. She's the one who keeps choosing other people over us. Over me. That's not, Evan started, then stopped. Because wasn't it true? Brooke had made her choice when she'd left, And she kept making it every time she canceled a visit or forgot a birthday or sent expensive gifts instead of showing up. I just wish I could stop hoping, Lily continued, her voice breaking. Every time she says she's coming, I think maybe this time will be different. Maybe this time she'll actually care enough to follow through. And then she doesn't, and I feel stupid for believing her. Evan pulled his daughter into a hug, feeling her shoulders shake as she finally let herself cry. He held her, stroking her hair the way he had when she was little, when a scraped knee or a bad dream could be solved with a band-aid and his presence. But this hurt ran deeper. And he couldn't fix it. Do you want to talk about it? Not really, Lily said. I just want to forget about it. Evan nodded, squeezing her hand. Okay. But if you change your mind. I know, Lily said. You're here. You're always here. The words should have felt good, but instead they highlighted everything Brooke wasn't. Everything she'd chosen not to be. Evan kissed the top of Lily's head and stood. I'll be downstairs if you need me. Dad? Lily said as he reached the door. Yeah? Is Holly still here? Evan's chest tightened. Yes. Why? Lily shrugged, picking at a loose thread on her comforter. I like her. She's steady. You know? Evan did know. It was one of the things he loved about Holly. The way she showed up and made everything feel a little less chaotic just by being present. Yeah, he said softly. She is. He found Holly in the kitchen, putting away the last of the clean dishes. She turned when she heard him, her expression questioning. How is she? Holly asked. Hurting, Evan said, running a hand through his hair. And trying to pretend she's not. Holly nodded, setting down the dish towel. Is there anything I can do? You're already doing it, Evan said. By being here. That helps more than you know. The truth of it settled over him. Holly hadn't run when things got hard. She'd quietly cleaned up the kitchen and waited, giving him space to comfort his daughter but making it clear she wasn't going anywhere. It was such a small thing. And it meant everything. I made coffee, Holly said, gesturing to the pot on the counter. I hope that's okay. It's perfect, Evan said, accepting the mug she poured for him. Their fingers brushed as she handed it over, and he saw the concern in her eyes, the quiet steadiness that Lily had recognized. They sat at the kitchen table, the house quiet around them except for the faint sound of music still drifting from upstairs. She'll be okay, Holly said after a moment. Kids are resilient. Especially ones who have a parent who shows up the way you do. I just wish I could protect her from this, Evan said, his voice rough. From being disappointed over and over. I know, Holly said softly. But you can't control what your ex does. All you can do is be there to catch Lily when she falls. And you are. Every time. Evan looked at her across the table, at the gentle understanding in her face, and felt something shift in his chest. She got it. She understood what this cost him, what it cost Lily, without him having to explain. They sat in comfortable silence, drinking coffee and waiting. After about 20 minutes, they heard footsteps on the stairs. Lily appeared in the doorway, her eyes still puffy but her expression calmer. Can we watch a movie or something? She asked, her voice small. I don't want to be alone. Of course, Evan said immediately, standing. Lily's gaze shifted to Holly. Will you stay, Miss Holly? For the movie? Holly glanced at Evan, and he gave her a small nod of encouragement. I'd love to, Holly said. 2 hours later, the movie's credits were rolling and Lily was sound asleep on the couch, her head resting on a pillow, the blanket tucked around her shoulders. Holly stood quietly, gathering her jacket from where she'd draped it over the armchair. I should get home, Holly said quietly, slipping on her jacket. Of course. Evan stood, then gestured toward the door. I'll walk you out. They stepped onto the porch, closing the door softly behind them. The cold night air was a shock after the warmth of the house, and Holly pulled her jacket tighter around herself. The stars are incredible tonight, she said, looking up. Evan followed her gaze, then found himself looking at her instead. At the way the moonlight caught in her hair, the way her breath fogged in the cold air. Thank you, he said again. For tonight. For staying through all of that. You don't have to keep thanking me, Holly said gently. I wanted to be here. Evan looked at her, studying her profile in the moonlight. Why? Holly turned to meet his gaze, her expression open, vulnerable. Because I care about you. About both of you. And when people you care about are hurting, you show up. That's what you do. That's what I'm supposed to do as Lily's father, Evan said. But you didn't have to. I wanted to, Holly repeated firmly. Evan, I'm not here out of obligation. I'm here because I want to be. Evan was quiet for a moment, then found himself speaking, the words spilling out in a way they rarely did. When Brooke left, it broke something in me. Not just my heart, though it did that too. But my ability to trust that people stay. That commitment means something. Holly listened, her attention complete, her hand finding his in the space between them. She told me she loved this island when we got married, Evan continued. Said she wanted to raise our family here, build a life. And I believed her. But then Lily got older, and the reality of small-town life set in, and suddenly everything that used to feel cozy started feeling claustrophobic to her. He paused, his throat tight. She tried to hide it, but I could see her pulling away. Getting restless. And I kept thinking if I just loved her enough, if I just made things good enough, she'd stay. But she didn't, Holly said softly. No, Evan said. She left. And the worst part wasn't even losing her. It was watching Lily lose her mother. Watching her try to understand why she wasn't enough to make her mom want to stay. Holly's hand tightened around his. That's not on Lily. Or on you. I know, Evan said. Intellectually, I know that. But it's hard to shake the feeling that if I'd been different somehow, been more, maybe she wouldn't have left. He looked at Holly then, really looked at her, and saw his own fear reflected in her eyes. You're scared too, he said, realizing it. Of staying. Of committing to something that might not last. Holly nodded slowly. My parents' divorce taught me that nothing's permanent. That even people who promise forever can change their minds. So I've spent my whole adult life staying in motion, never putting down roots deep enough to hurt when I have to leave. She paused. But being here, with you, with Lily, it's making me want to try. And that terrifies me. Why? Evan asked. Because what if I'm not good at it? Holly's voice cracked slightly. What if I try to stay and I fail? What if I hurt you both the way Brooke did? Evan shifted to face her more fully, his free hand coming up to cup her cheek. You're not Brooke, Holly. You've already proven that just by being here tonight. By staying when things got hard instead of running. One night doesn't mean. It's not just one night, Evan interrupted gently. It's every time you've shown up. Every letter you've sorted, every conversation we've had, every moment you've spent with Lily. You keep choosing to be here, even when you're scared. That's not nothing. Holly's eyes were shimmering now, tears catching the moonlight. I keep looking at the offer from Colorado. And I keep telling myself I should take it, that it's the smart choice, the safe choice. But every time I try to accept it, I can't bring myself to do it. Evan's heart hammered against his ribs. Why not? Because, Holly whispered, I don't want to leave you. The words hung in the cold air between them, honest and raw and terrifying. Evan pulled her closer, his forehead resting against hers. Then don't, he said. Stay. I know it's scary. I know we're both carrying wounds that haven't fully healed. But Holly, I'm falling for you. And I think you're falling for me too. I am, Holly admitted, a tear sliding down her cheek. So much it scares me. Then let's be scared together, Evan said. Let's try this thing, whatever it is, and see where it goes. No promises we can't keep, no pressure to have everything figured out. Just give us a chance. Holly searched his face, and Evan held his breath, waiting. Okay, she said finally, her voice barely audible. Okay. I want to try. Relief flooded through him, so intense it was almost painful. He kissed her then, soft and slow, tasting salt from her tears and feeling her hands curl into his jacket, holding him close. When they pulled apart, both breathing hard despite the cold, Holly stepped back. I should probably go, she said. Let you get some rest. Will I see you tomorrow? Evan asked, not quite ready to let her leave. Holly smiled. Yeah. Tomorrow. Chapter 17. Holly was halfway through her second cup of coffee when her phone rang. She glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number with a Colorado area code. Her stomach dropped. Hello, she answered, setting down her mug. Ms. Bennett? This is Rachel Winters from Mountain View Medical Center. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time. Holly glanced at the clock. 9:47 a.m. here, which meant 7:47 a.m. in Colorado. This woman was calling before 8 in the morning. That said something about how much they wanted an answer. No, not at all, Holly said, forcing her voice to sound professional. I'm following up on the position we offered you. We still haven't received your acceptance, and with the January 2nd start date, we really need to finalize paperwork this week. I wanted to check if you had any questions or concerns we could address. Holly's chest tightened. I appreciate the follow-up. I'm still considering everything. Of course. Rachel's tone remained friendly but firm. I should mention we have other qualified candidates in our pipeline. If you're uncertain about the position, we need to know by Friday so we can move forward accordingly. Does that timeline work for you? There it was. Accept by Friday or lose the offer. Friday works, Holly said. I'll have an answer for you then. Wonderful. I'll look forward to hearing from you. And Ms. Bennett? This really is an excellent opportunity. I'd hate to see you pass it up. After they hung up, Holly sat staring at her phone. Friday. 2.5 days to decide. She opened her laptop and pulled up the offer letter, reading through it for what had to be the 20th time. The salary was excellent. The benefits package generous. The location beautiful. Everything she should want. Her finger hovered over the reply button. She could type it right now. I'm pleased to accept your offer. Send it off, make the decision, move forward. But she couldn't make her hands move. Holly closed the laptop and carried her coffee to the window. The morning sun was burning off the mist over the water, and she could see a few early walkers on the beach, their figures small against the vast expanse of sand and sea. Her phone buzzed with a text. Good morning. Want to grab lunch before the Santa letter display this afternoon? Lily's been asking about you. Holly smiled despite the knot in her stomach. I'd love to. Noon at Mary's? Perfect. See you then. The community center was quiet that afternoon, just a handful of volunteers gathered around a large table in the back room. Holly sat between Miss Doris and Evan, sorting through the final batch of Santa letters that had trickled in over the past week. These are the stragglers, Miss Doris explained, sliding a stack toward Holly. Letters that came in after our initial response deadline. We're cataloging them and making sure each child's needs are being addressed before Christmas. Holly nodded, picking up the first envelope. Around the table, the other volunteers worked in companionable silence, occasionally sharing a letter or coordinating a response. Most of the letters were straightforward. There were requests for toys or books that could easily be fulfilled through the community's donation program. Holly made notes on each one, checking them against the master list of responses. Then she opened one near the bottom of her stack. The handwriting was careful, the letters formed with obvious concentration. Small pencil-drawn stars decorated the margins. Dear Santa. My name is Wyatt. I'm 9. My dad left and said he'd visit for Christmas, but he changed his mind. Mom says he still loves me, but I don't think so because if he did, wouldn't he want to see me? I'm not asking for presents. I just want to know what I did wrong so I can fix it. Wyatt. Holly's breath caught. She stared at the letter, reading it twice, then a third time, feeling something crack open in her chest. She set it down carefully and pressed her fingers to her eyes, trying to steady herself, but the tears came anyway. Holly? Evan's voice was soft beside her. What is it? She couldn't speak, could only slide the letter toward him. He read it quickly, his expression shifting from confusion to understanding. Let's take a break, he said quietly, standing and offering her his hand. Holly nodded, grateful, and let him guide her out of the room. Miss Doris watched them go with knowing eyes but said nothing, simply returning to her own stack of letters. Evan led her down the hallway to a small empty classroom, closing the door behind them. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows, casting long shadows across the desks. I'm sorry, Holly managed, wiping at her eyes. I don't know why that hit me so hard. Don't apologize, Evan said gently. He pulled out 2 chairs and they sat facing each other, his hands taking hers. Talk to me. Holly took a shaky breath. My dad left when I was 10. Just walked out one day. And for the longest time I thought it was something I'd done wrong. That if I'd been different somehow, he would have stayed. Evan's hands tightened around hers. I know now that wasn't true, Holly continued, her voice steadier. I know children aren't responsible for their parents' choices. But reading that letter, seeing a child carrying that same weight. She shook her head. It brought it all back. Is that why you keep moving? Evan asked softly. Why you never let yourself stay? Holly nodded slowly. If I don't stay anywhere long enough to matter, then no one can leave me. I'm always the one in control of when I go. She looked up at him. But I'm starting to realize that staying in control just means staying alone. Evan was quiet for a moment, his thumbs tracing gentle circles on the backs of her hands. You don't have to be alone, Holly. Not if you don't want to be. I got a call this morning, she said quietly. About the Colorado job. They need my answer by Friday. She felt him tense. What are you going to tell them? He asked, his voice carefully neutral. I don't know yet, Holly admitted. The practical part of me says take it. It's good money, secure, straightforward. Everything makes sense on paper. Evan nodded slowly, his hands loosening slightly around hers. Right. Of course. But I don't want to leave, Holly continued, desperate to make him understand. I don't want to leave you, or Lily, or... You don't have to explain, Evan said, pulling his hands back and standing. His tone was gentle but distant, and Holly felt the shift like a door closing. It's a good opportunity. You should take it if it's what you want. That's not what I'm saying. I know, Evan said, but his expression had shuddered, that careful guardedness sliding back into place. You're weighing your options. That makes sense. Holly stood too, frustration mixing with confusion. Evan, I'm trying to tell you. We should get back, he said, moving toward the door. They're probably wondering where we went. Holly followed him down the hallway, the warmth of their earlier connection evaporating with each step. When they returned to the volunteer room, Evan took a seat on the opposite side of the table, putting physical distance between them. Holly picked up Wyatt's letter again, but she couldn't focus on it. Across the table, Evan worked through his stack with mechanical efficiency, not meeting her eyes. Something had shifted. Something had broken. And Holly didn't know how to fix it. Chapter 18. Evan was replacing a leaky faucet in the teacher's lounge when his dad called. Hey, son. You got a minute? Sure, Dad, Evan said, setting down his wrench and wiping his hands on his jeans. What's up? I'm wrapping up the plumbing work at the Harris house, Tom said. Thought you'd want to know that Holly's realtor called this morning to schedule the final walkthrough. Looks like the sale's moving forward. They're planning to close right after New Year's. Evan's hand stilled on the faucet. What? The house sale, Tom repeated. Should close by January 3rd, maybe 4th. The buyers are eager to get in before the end of the first week. Holly must be anxious to get everything settled before she heads out. The words hit Evan like a physical blow. He straightened slowly, his mind racing. "You still there?" Tom asked. "Yeah," Evan managed, though his voice sounded hollow even to his own ears. "Yeah, I'm here. I know that house means something to you," Tom said gently. "I'm sorry it didn't work out." Evan barely heard him. His thoughts were spiraling, pieces clicking into place with sickening clarity. The job offer in Colorado. Her uncertainty about staying. Her inability to give him a straight answer about what she wanted. And now this. The house sale moving forward. Closing right after New Year's. She'd already made her decision. She just hadn't had the courage to tell him yet. "Evan?" Tom's voice pulled him back. "You okay?" "Fine," Evan said automatically. "Thanks for letting me know, Dad." He ended the call and stood there in the empty lounge, staring at nothing. The Harris house. The one place on this island that had felt like sanctuary when he was 8 years old and his world was falling apart. The house Mr. Harris had promised to sell to him and Brooke, back when they'd been planning a future together. The house that now represented every broken promise in his life. And Holly was selling it. Moving on. Leaving. Just like Brooke had. Evan grabbed his toolbox and walked out of the lounge, his movements mechanical. He'd been a fool to think this time would be different. To think that Holly's kiss meant something permanent, that her tears over Wyatt's letter meant she understood what it took to stay. She'd been weighing her options. That's what she'd said. And apparently the scale had tipped toward leaving. He made it through the rest of the school day on autopilot, smiling at students, responding to questions, going through the motions of being present while his mind churned with hurt and anger and bitter recognition. By the time he picked up Lily from her friend's house that evening, he'd rebuilt the walls he'd let Holly slip past. It was better this way. Safer. At least now he knew not to hope. "Dad?" Lily said as they pulled into their driveway. "Are you okay? You've been really quiet." "Fine, sweetheart," Evan said, forcing a smile. "Just a long day." Lily studied him with the perceptiveness that still caught him off guard sometimes. "Is it about Holly?" Evan's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Why would you think that?" "Because you always get quiet like this when you're upset about Mom," Lily said. "And you've been looking at your phone like you're waiting for a text that isn't coming." Evan closed his eyes briefly. His daughter was too observant for her own good. "Holly's got some big decisions to make," he said carefully. "About her job, about where she wants to live. And I think she's decided to move on." "Did she tell you that?" Lily asked, her voice small. "Not in so many words," Evan admitted. "But yeah. I think she did." They sat in the car for a moment, neither moving to get out. "I really liked her," Lily said quietly. "Me too," Evan said, the words harder to get out than he'd expected. "Me too, sweetheart." Evan stared at the ceiling, sleep eluding him. His mind replayed every moment with Holly. The kiss outside the concert. The way she'd stayed when Brooke canceled on Lily. The vulnerability in her voice when she'd talked about her father leaving. He'd thought those moments meant something. That she was choosing them, choosing to stay. But people said a lot of things when they were caught up in the moment. Brooke had said she loved the island too, right up until the day she'd packed her bags. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. Evan grabbed it, his heart jumping despite himself. It was Holly. "Can we talk tomorrow? I know things have been weird since yesterday." Part of him wanted to call her right now, to demand answers, to ask why she'd let him hope if she was just going to leave anyway. But the larger part, the part that had survived Brooke's abandonment, knew better than to have that conversation. Knew that hearing her explain why she was choosing Colorado, why the island wasn't enough, why he wasn't enough, would only make it hurt more. He typed back, "I'm pretty busy this week. Maybe after the holidays." The 3 dots appeared immediately, showing she was typing. They disappeared. Appeared again. Disappeared. Finally, okay. After the holidays then. Evan set the phone down and rolled onto his side, away from it. The Harris house. He could picture it so clearly. The wide porch where Mrs. Harris used to sit with her knitting, the kitchen that always smelled like fresh bread, the living room where Mr. Harris had let a scared 8-year-old boy warm himself by the fire on a Christmas Eve when he'd had nowhere else to go. "You're always welcome here, son," Mr. Harris had said that night. "This house is for people who need a safe place to land." And now Holly was selling it to strangers. Taking that safe place and turning it into just another transaction, just another stop on her endless journey to nowhere. Evan closed his eyes, but sleep wouldn't come. His mind kept circling back to the same questions. Had any of it been real? The connection he'd felt, the way she'd looked at him, the tears she'd cried over a child's letter, had it all just been temporary? Something she'd feel until the next job offer came along? By morning, Evan had convinced himself that putting distance between them was the right choice. The only choice. He'd let himself care once, and it had nearly broken him when Brooke left. He wouldn't survive it again. At school the next day, Evan moved through his classes with practiced efficiency. That afternoon, Miss Doris cornered him on his way to the bookstore. "Evan Parker," she said, her tone brooking no argument. "What's going on with you and Holly?" "Nothing," Evan said, trying to step around her. Miss Doris blocked his path with surprising agility for a woman her age. "Don't you dare lie to me, young man. I saw how you two were at the letter sorting." "Something happened." "She's leaving," Evan said flatly. "The Harris house sale is closing right after New Year's. She's taking that job in Colorado and moving on, just like I should have known she would." Miss Doris's expression shifted from stern to concerned. "Did she tell you that?" "She didn't have to," Evan said. "The facts speak for themselves. She's selling the house, she's got a job offer waiting, and she can barely look me in the eye when I ask about her plans." "Have you actually asked her what she's decided?" Miss Doris pressed. "I asked her what she was going to tell the recruiter," Evan said, his voice tight. "She said she didn't know. But apparently she knows enough to move forward with selling her grandmother's house." Miss Doris studied him with those knowing eyes that saw far too much. "Evan, I think you're making assumptions." "I'm protecting myself," Evan interrupted. "And my daughter. We've already been through this once. I'm not doing it again." "So you're going to push her away before she can leave?" Miss Doris asked. "That's not protection, dear. That's cowardice." The word stung, but Evan held his ground. "Maybe. But at least this way I'm the one making the choice." Miss Doris sighed, shaking her head. "You two are more alike than you realize. Both so terrified of being left that you'd rather run first." She paused. "But mark my words, Evan Parker, if you don't talk to that girl, really talk to her, you're going to regret it." Evan watched her walk away, her words echoing in his mind. But he didn't go after her. Didn't pull out his phone to text Holly. Didn't do anything except heading home to try to get through the rest of the day. That evening, he and Lily ate dinner in silence. She'd picked up on his mood and stopped trying to make conversation. Then his phone buzzed with another text from Holly. He stared at the message for a long moment, then set the phone face down on the table. "Was that Holly?" Lily asked. "Yes," Evan said. "Are you going to answer her?" Evan looked at his daughter, at the hope and worry warring in her expression, at the way she was already bracing herself for another disappointment. "Not right now," he said quietly. Because what was there to say? Holly had made her choice. The house sale proved it. And Evan had learned the hard way that when someone was ready to leave, no amount of talking would make them stay. He just wished it didn't hurt so much to accept it. Chapter 19. Holly found Evan in the school parking lot, loading equipment into his truck. She'd tried texting, tried calling, but he hadn't responded. So she'd driven to the school, determined to make him talk to her. "Evan," she called, climbing out of her car. He glanced up, and something shuddered in his expression when he saw her. "Holly. I told you I was busy." 2 days of silence. "You can't just ignore me," Holly said, crossing the parking lot to him. "I'm not ignoring you," Evan said, turning back to the truck bed. "I'm giving us both space." "Space from what?" Holly demanded, frustration rising in her chest. "What happened?" "Everything was fine at the letter sorting, and then suddenly you won't return my calls." Evan slammed the tailgate closed with more force than necessary. "Your grandparents' house," he said, turning to face her. "You're closing right after New Year's." Holly blinked. "How did you know?" "My dad's finishing the plumbing work," Evan said. "Your realtor stopped by and mentioned it." "Okay," Holly said slowly. "I don't understand why that." "Don't," Evan interrupted, his voice tight. "Don't pretend you don't know what that means." "What are you talking about?" "You're leaving," Evan said, his voice flat. "You're taking the job and heading to Colorado." Holly felt heat rise in her cheeks. "You don't know that." "The house is closing after New Year's," Evan said. "That seems pretty definitive." "The house sale has nothing to do with." "Doesn't it?" Evan interrupted. "What am I supposed to think?" "You could ask me instead of assuming," Holly shot back. "Fine," Evan said, meeting her eyes. "Have you turned down the Colorado job?" The silence stretched between them. Evan nodded slowly. "Right. I haven't accepted it either," Holly said. "The deadline's tomorrow." "I'm still deciding if we're worth staying for," Evan finished, his voice quiet but sharp. "I get it. That's not fair." "What's not fair," Evan said, "is you acting like you might stay when you've already got one foot out the door." "I've been here before, Holly. With Brooke. The uncertainty, the I don't know what I want, the keeping options open. I know how this ends." "I'm not your ex," Holly said, anger flaring. "No," Evan agreed. "But you're leaving anyway. You're just taking longer to admit it." "You know what?" Holly said, her voice shaking. "Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't do this. Because the second I show any doubt, any uncertainty, you shut down. You decide I'm gone before I've even made a choice." "You're making the choice right now," Evan said. "By not making it. If you wanted to be here, you'd know. You wouldn't need more time to decide." Holly felt tears sting her eyes. "So that's it? You're just done?" "I'm not going to wait around for you to figure out whether I'm worth staying for," Evan said, and the exhaustion in his voice hurt more than anger would have. "I did that with Brooke. I'm not doing it again. I never asked you to wait." "I know," Evan said. "And that's the problem." He moved past her toward his truck. "Evan," Holly started. "I need to pick up Lily," he said without looking back. "Goodbye, Holly." He climbed into the truck and drove away, leaving her standing alone in the parking lot. Holly stood there, frozen, as the December wind cut through her jacket. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, but she couldn't bring herself to look at it. She'd come here to fix things. To explain. Instead, she'd proven him right. Holly sat in her car in the school parking lot for a long time after Evan drove away, her hands gripping the steering wheel, her vision blurred with tears she refused to let fall. Finally, she started the engine and drove home. The house was quiet when she walked in. She dropped her keys on the entry table and stood in the hallway, staring at nothing. Her phone buzzed. The reminder she'd set: Mountain View medical decision due tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 24 hours. Holly climbed the stairs to her bedroom and pulled her suitcase from the closet without thinking. The weight of it was familiar, almost comforting. She opened drawers, started folding clothes. A shirt. A pair of jeans. Her warmest sweater. The motions were automatic, practiced from years of packing up and moving on. Halfway through folding a sweater, she stopped. What was she doing? Holly set the sweater down and sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the half-packed suitcase. Her phone sat beside her, the email still waiting for a response. She reached into her dresser for more socks and her hand brushed against something in the back corner. Tissue paper crinkled under her fingers. Holly pulled it out and unwrapped it slowly. A glass ornament. A tiny painted house in blues and whites. Harris House in gold script, and below it, her grandmother's handwriting, "Love makes a home." Holly turned it over in her hands, remembering the Christmas her grandmother had given it to her. She'd been 22, already planning her first traveling contract. "Home isn't where you are, sweetheart," her grandmother had said. "It's who you're with." Holly had smiled and nodded, but she hadn't really heard it. Not then. She set the ornament on her nightstand and looked around the room. Her grandmother's room. The house that still smelled faintly of the lavender sachets her grandmother used to keep in the drawers. Her phone buzzed. A text from Miss Doris. "Whatever you decide, make sure it's what you want, not what you're afraid of." Holly stared at the message for a long time. What did she want? She looked at the suitcase, still half full on the bed. At the ornament on her nightstand. At her phone with the email waiting. The Colorado job would give her everything she'd always relied on. A clear path, financial security, the ability to keep moving. But staying would give her, what? Evan had made it clear he was done. The house was hers to keep or sell. The island would go on without her either way. It was time to make a decision between two completely different versions of her future. One where she kept running. And one where she finally stopped. Chapter 20. The church parking lot was filling up fast by the time Evan and Lily arrived for Christmas Eve service. Cars lined both sides of the narrow street, families streaming toward the white clapboard building with its simple steeple lit from below. Evan pulled into a spot near the back and cut the engine. Through the windshield, he could see the church glowing warmly, its windows bright with candlelight, wreaths hung on every door. "You ready?" Lily asked, already unbuckling her seatbelt. Of course, Evan said, though he wasn't sure that was true. They'd been coming to this service every Christmas Eve since Lily was born. It was tradition. Singing carols, lighting candles, listening to the story of a baby born in a stable. Usually it brought him peace. This year, it just felt like one more thing to get through. They walked across the parking lot together, Lily's hand briefly touching his arm when a car passed too close. The gesture was automatic, protective, and it made Evan's chest tighten. His daughter was taking care of him when it should be the other way around. "Evan." "Lily." Miss Doris's voice rang out from the church steps. She stood near the entrance, greeting arrivals with her usual warmth, a thick cardigan wrapped around her shoulders against the evening chill. "Hi, Miss Doris," Lily said, smiling as they approached. "Don't you look lovely?" Miss Doris said, taking in Lily's dark green dress. Then her gaze shifted to Evan, and something in her expression changed. "Evan, could I borrow you for just a moment before you go in?" Evan glanced at Lily, who shrugged. "I'll grab us seats," she said, heading inside. Miss Doris waited until Lily disappeared through the doors, then gestured toward a quieter corner of the steps, away from the flow of people. "I have something for you," she said, reaching into her handbag and pulling out an envelope. It looked like standard notebook paper folded and tucked into a plain white envelope, Lily's handwriting spelling out to Santa on the front. "This is from Lily," Miss Doris said before Evan could ask. "She gave it to me the first week of the Letters to Santa project. Asked me to keep it separate, not to include it with the others. She didn't want you to see it and feel guilty." Evan stared at the envelope, his stomach dropping. "Why are you giving it to me now?" "Because I think you need to read it," Miss Doris said simply. "And because Christmas Eve feels like the right time." She pressed the envelope into his hand before he could protest, then patted his arm. "I'll see you inside, dear. Take your time." She disappeared into the church, leaving Evan alone on the steps with the envelope in his hands. He should go inside. Should find Lily, sit beside her in the pew, go through the motions of the service. but his feet wouldn't move. Slowly, Evan opened the envelope. The letter was written on lined paper decorated with hand-drawn stars in the margins. Lily's handwriting was careful, deliberate. Dear Santa, I don't need anything this year. But if you can, please help my dad smile again. He works hard and does everything for me, but I think he's lonely. Maybe you could send someone who won't leave when things get hard. Love, Lily. Evan read the letter twice, his throat tightening with each word. He pressed his palm against his eyes, but tears came anyway. Lily had been watching him. Seeing through every forced smile, every "I'm fine," every attempt to pretend he was handling everything perfectly. And she'd been worried. Not about herself, but about him. Help my dad smile again. Send someone who won't leave. Evan folded the letter with shaking hands and looked up at the church. Through the windows, he could see people settling into pews, could hear the faint sound of the organ warming up for the service. Holly had been that person. The one who'd made him smile again without him even realizing it. Who'd shown up, over and over, even when he'd made it difficult. Who'd cried over a child's letter about abandonment because she understood what that felt like. And he'd pushed her away. Assumed the worst. Let his fear turn into accusations before she'd even made her final choice. What if he'd been wrong? The thought hit him like a physical blow. What if she hadn't decided yet? What if selling the house was just tying up a loose end, not a declaration of intent? What if she'd been trying to tell him that, and he'd been too scared to listen? He thought about going to her. Right now. Driving to the Harris house and telling her he was sorry, that he'd been afraid, that he wanted her to stay but would understand if she couldn't. But what good would it do? She'd either decided to leave or she hadn't. His apology wouldn't change the fundamental choice she was making. The organ music swelled inside the church with the opening notes of "O Come, All Ye Faithful." The service was starting. Evan folded the letter carefully and slipped it back into the envelope, then climbed the steps and slipped inside. The sanctuary was full, warm with candlelight and packed with familiar faces. He spotted Lily in their usual pew near the middle, saving him a seat. She looked up as he slid in beside her, her eyes questioning. "You okay?" she whispered. Evan nodded, not trusting his voice. He reached over and squeezed her hand, trying to communicate everything he couldn't say aloud. "I'm sorry. Thank you. I see you. I love you." Lily squeezed back, then turned her attention to the front as the pastor stepped up to the pulpit. Evan tried to focus on the service, on the carols, the readings, and the familiar rhythms of Christmas Eve. But his mind kept drifting to Lily's letter, to the careful hope in her words even as she tried not to believe. Someone who won't leave when things get hard. Holly had stayed. Through Brooke's cancellation, through Lily's tears, through his own walls and distance. She'd stayed until he'd driven her away. And now it might be too late. When the service ended and they filed out into the night, Lily tucked her arm through his as they walked to the truck. "Dad," she said quietly. "Yes?" "I know you read the letter," she said. "I saw it in Miss Doris's coat pocket." Evan stopped walking, turning to face his daughter. "Lily." "It's okay," she said quickly. "I wasn't trying to hide it from you. I just didn't want you to feel bad." "I don't feel bad," Evan said, though his voice was rough. "I feel grateful. That you care that much." Lily smiled, but it was tinged with sadness. "I know you liked Holly a lot. And I know she's probably leaving. But maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's not too late?" Evan pulled his daughter into a hug, holding her tight. "Maybe," he said, even though he wasn't sure he believed it. Chapter 21. Holly sat at her grandmother's kitchen table, her laptop open in front of her, the cursor blinking in the reply field of Rachel Winters's email. She'd been staring at the screen for the past 20 minutes, unable to type the words that would seal her decision. The house was quiet around her, too quiet. She'd already packed most of her essentials, her suitcase sitting by the front door like an accusation. The realtor had sent over final paperwork that morning, cheerfully noting that the buyers were eager to close right after New Year's. Everything was lined up. All she had to do was type 4 words, "I accept your offer." Holly's fingers hovered over the keyboard. A knock at the door made her jump. Holly closed the laptop and walked to the entry, expecting Miss Doris or maybe a package delivery. Instead, she found her mother standing on the porch, an overnight bag at her feet. "Mom?" Holly said, shocked. "What are you doing here?" Carolyn Bennett smiled, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "I wanted to see the house one more time. Before you sell it. I hope that's okay." Holly stepped back, letting her mother inside. "Of course. I just didn't know you were coming." "I didn't know either until I got in the car," Carolyn said, setting her bag down. She looked around the entry, her expression softening. "It looks exactly the same." "I haven't changed much," Holly admitted, closing the door. "Just cleaned it up, made some repairs." Carolyn walked slowly into the living room, trailing her fingers along the back of the couch. Her gaze landed on the bookshelf, and she moved closer, touching the spines gently. "These were your grandmother's favorites," she said quietly. "She read that copy of End of Green Gables to you every summer." Holly came to stand beside her, looking at the well-worn books she'd been meaning to pack. "I'd forgotten that." "She loved this house," Carolyn said, moving to the window that overlooked the beach. "She always said the ocean made everything feel possible." The words landed hard. Holly sank onto the couch, her throat tight. Carolyn turned from the window. "Show me the rest? I want to remember it all." They walked through the house together, Carolyn pausing in each room to share memories Holly had forgotten or never known. The kitchen where her grandmother had taught Carolyn to make pie crust. The back porch where they'd watched thunderstorms roll in off the ocean. The bedroom upstairs where Carolyn had stayed the summer after the divorce, trying to piece herself back together. "I didn't know you spent a summer here," Holly said as they stood in the doorway of that bedroom. "You were at camp," Carolyn said. "I was a mess. Your father had just left, and I didn't know how to function. Your grandmother let me fall apart here, then helped me put the pieces back together." She smiled sadly. "This house saved me that summer." Holly stared at her mother, seeing her in a new light. "You never told me that." "I was trying to be strong for you," Carolyn said. "I didn't want you to see how much I was struggling. But looking back, maybe I should have. Maybe if I'd been more honest about my own pain, you wouldn't have felt like you had to carry yours alone." They made their way back downstairs, and Carolyn paused in the hallway, looking at the coat closet. "Your grandmother always kept her Christmas decorations in here. Do you still have them?" Holly opened the closet door and pulled out a box labeled Christmas in her grandmother's handwriting. Inside was a small artificial tree, its branches folded flat, along with a few boxes of ornaments. "I haven't decorated," Holly said. "It didn't seem worth it if I was just leaving." Carolyn's expression softened. "Want to put it up? For old time's sake?" Holly hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. Let's do it." They carried the box to the living room and spent the next half hour setting up the small tree in the corner where it had always stood. Carolyn unwrapped ornaments one by one, each with its own story. They found the wooden reindeer Holly had made in second grade, the delicate glass icicles her grandmother had collected, and the felt snowman with button eyes that had seen better days. "Remember this one?" Carolyn said, holding up a small glass sphere with a painted house inside. Harris House was written in gold script across the bottom, and beneath that, her grandmother's handwriting, "Love makes a home." Holly's breath caught. "She bought this at the market my last Christmas here." "You were 22, Carolyn said. About to leave for your first traveling contract. She told me later she hoped you'd come back someday, that you'd understand what she meant." She hung the ornament on a front branch where it caught the afternoon light. They finished decorating in silence, stringing a simple strand of white lights through the branches. When they plugged them in, the tree glowed softly, transforming the corner of the room. Carolyn stepped back, admiring their work, then turned to Holly. "Are you really going to sell this place?" Holly's voice was barely audible. I don't know. Carolyn sat on the couch, patting the cushion beside her. What about the job in Colorado? Don't you have to decide soon? Today, Holly said quietly, sinking down beside her mother. I'm supposed to decide today. And you still don't know? Holly shook her head. I thought I did. I thought leaving was the right choice. The safe choice. But now I don't know anything. Carolyn studied her for a long moment. Tell me what's really going on, sweetheart. Holly's carefully maintained composure cracked. There's this man. Evan. He's a teacher here, a single dad. And her voice broke. I fell for him, Mom. For him and his daughter. For this whole island. And I thought maybe I could stay, maybe I could finally stop moving. But then he found out about the house sale and assumed I was leaving, and we had this fight, and he told me if I wanted to be here I'd already know. And maybe he's right. Maybe the fact that I'm sitting here unable to decide means I should just go. Carolyn was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentle. Can I tell you something I've never told you before? Holly nodded, wiping at her eyes. After your father left, I ran too, Carolyn said. Not physically, but emotionally. I moved us to 3 different apartments in 2 years, remember? I kept changing jobs, changing routines, keeping everything temporary. I told myself I was staying flexible, keeping my options open. But really, I was just making sure nothing could hurt me again. I remember, Holly said quietly. And I regret it, Carolyn continued. All that running didn't make me safer. It just made me lonelier. And it taught you that love meant leaving, that home was something temporary. Holly's tears came faster now. I don't know how to do anything else. Yes, you do, Carolyn said firmly, taking Holly's hands. You're doing it right now. Sitting still long enough to feel scared, to feel conflicted, to actually make a choice instead of just running from one. That takes more courage than leaving ever did. But what if I stay and it doesn't work out? Holly whispered. What if I keep the house and turn down the job and Evan still doesn't want me? What if I try to build something here and it all falls apart? What if you don't try, Carolyn countered, and spend the rest of your life wondering what might have been? Holly looked at her mother and saw her own fear reflected back. The fear of staying, of risking, of choosing something permanent when permanent things could break your heart. Your grandmother used to say something to me that summer I stayed here, Carolyn said. She'd say, Carolyn, the only way to heal a heart that's been broken is to risk breaking it again. Otherwise you're just carrying around pieces. Holly's gaze drifted to the small tree in the corner, to the ornament catching the light. Love makes a home. I don't want to keep carrying pieces, she said softly. Then don't, Carolyn said. Stay. Keep this house. Fight for that man if he's worth fighting for. Build something permanent even if it's terrifying. Holly stood and walked to her laptop. She opened it, pulled up Rachel Winters's email, and began typing. Rachel, thank you for this opportunity, but I need to withdraw my application. After careful consideration, I've decided to remain where I am. I apologize for any inconvenience. Holly Bennett. She hit send before she could second-guess herself. Then she opened a new message to her realtor. Please halt all proceedings on the Harris house sale immediately. The property is no longer available. Send. Holly closed the laptop and turned to her mother, who was watching with tears in her eyes. I'm staying, Holly said, and saying it out loud made it real in a way it hadn't been before. And I'm keeping the house. Carolyn stood and pulled her into a tight hug. I'm so proud of you. They held each other for a long moment before Carolyn pulled back, wiping at her own eyes. So what happens now? With Evan? Holly's stomach twisted. I don't know. He might not want to hear from me. I hurt him. Then you apologize, Carolyn said simply. You tell him you were wrong, that you were scared, and that you're choosing to stay. What he does with that is up to him. But at least you'll know you tried. Holly nodded, her heart hammering. I need to talk to him. Tonight. Christmas Eve? Carolyn raised an eyebrow. It can't wait, Holly said. I've already waited too long. Carolyn smiled. Then go. I'll be here when you get back. Holly grabbed her coat and keys, then paused at the door. Mom? Thank you. For coming. For understanding. Always, sweetheart, Carolyn said. Now go fight for what you want. Holly stepped out into the cold Christmas Eve night, her breath fogging in the air. The church service would be over soon. She'd go to Evan's house, wait if she had to, and tell him everything. That she was staying. That she was sorry. That she wanted to try if he'd give her another chance. And if he said no, if he'd already decided she'd hurt him too much, then she'd accept that. She'd stay anyway, build a life here anyway, prove to herself that she could choose home even when it was hard. But at least she'd have tried. At least she'd have chosen to stay. Holly climbed into her car and started the engine, her hands steady on the wheel for the first time in days. The Christmas lights lining the street blurred slightly as she drove, but she blinked the tears back, focusing on the road ahead. She was going to fight for this. For Evan. For Lily. For herself. For home. Chapter 22. Evan drove home from church with Lily beside him, the Christmas Eve service still echoing in his mind. The carols, the candlelight, and the familiar story of hope born in the darkest night should have brought him comfort. Instead, it just made him acutely aware of what was missing. Who was missing? Dad? Lily said quietly as they turned onto their street. Are you okay? Evan glanced at her, this perceptive daughter of his who saw too much. Yeah, sweetheart. I'm just tired. Lily nodded, but he could see she didn't believe him. She reached over and squeezed his hand briefly before turning back to look out the window. As they pulled into the driveway, Evan's headlights swept across the front porch and caught a figure sitting on the top step. His heart stopped. Holly. She stood as the headlights hit her, shielding her eyes slightly, her coat wrapped tight against the cold. Even from the car, Evan could see she was nervous, her hands tucked into her pockets, her shoulders tense. Dad, Lily said, her voice rising with surprise. Is that Holly? Evan couldn't speak. Couldn't move. He just stared through the windshield at the woman he'd convinced himself he'd never see again. Dad, Lily said again, more insistent. What's she doing here? I don't know, Evan managed, his voice rough. He cut the engine and climbed out slowly, his legs unsteady. Lily was already out of the car, moving toward the porch with barely contained excitement. Miss Holly. Lily called. Holly's face lit up at the sight of her. Hi, Lily. Evan followed more slowly, his mind racing. What was she doing here? She was supposed to be in Colorado. Or packing to go. I hope it's okay that I'm here, Holly said, her voice uncertain as her gaze shifted from Lily to Evan. I know it's Christmas Eve, and I know I should have called first. She stopped, took a breath. I needed to see you. Evan reached the porch steps but didn't climb them. He couldn't. Not until he understood what was happening. I thought you were leaving. I was, Holly said. Or I thought I was. She looked down at her hands, then back up at him. Can we talk? I'll go inside, Lily said quickly, already moving toward the door. Give you guys some space. Lily, you don't have to, Evan started. It's fine, Dad, Lily said, and there was something knowing in her smile as she unlocked the door and disappeared inside, leaving them alone. Evan climbed the steps slowly, stopping a few feet from Holly. Up close, he could see she'd been crying. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her cheeks flushed from the cold or emotion or both. What are you doing here, Holly? He asked, his voice quieter now. I'm staying, she said, the words tumbling out. I turned down the job in Colorado. I stopped the house sale. I'm staying on Palmar Island. Evan's chest tightened. Why? Because I was wrong, Holly said, her voice shaking slightly. I thought keeping my options open was protecting myself, but really I was just running. Again. Like I've been doing for 10 years. Holly. Please, she interrupted gently. Let me say this. I need to say this. Evan nodded, his throat too tight to speak. Holly took a breath, her hands still tucked in her pockets like she didn't trust them not to shake. You were right. If I wanted to be here, I'd be here. And I do want to be here. Not because it's safe or easy or because I've figured everything out. But because this, she gestured vaguely at the house, the street, the island beyond. This feels like home in a way nowhere else ever has. And I was so scared of losing it that I almost walked away before I even gave it a chance. What changed? Evan asked. My mother showed up today, Holly said. She wanted to see the house one last time before I sold it. And we talked for the first time in years. About my father leaving, about how I'd been carrying that around all this time, letting it dictate every choice I make. She pulled her hands from her pockets, wrapping her arms around herself. She told me the only way to heal a broken heart is to risk breaking it again. Otherwise you're just carrying around pieces. Evan felt something crack open in his chest. I don't want to keep carrying pieces, Holly continued, her eyes bright with unshed tears. I want to try. To build something permanent even if it terrifies me. And I know you might not want that anymore. I hurt you, and I'm so sorry for that. But whether you take me back or not, I'm staying. Because home isn't a place. It's people. It's you and Lily and Miss Doris and this whole community that's been trying to tell me I belong here since the day I arrived. Evan stared at her, emotion welling up so fast he could barely breathe. Holly. I'm in love with you, she said, the words quiet but steady. I'm sorry it took me so long to be brave enough to say it. To choose it. Evan closed the distance between them in 2 strides, his hands coming up to frame her face. I read Lily's letter tonight, he said, his voice rough. The one she wrote to Santa. She asked for someone who wouldn't leave. Someone who'd stay even when things got hard. Holly's tears spilled over. Evan. You already were that person, he said. You stayed when Brooke canceled. You stayed through all my walls and my fear and my assumptions. I pushed you away because I was too scared to believe you might actually choose us. Choose me. I'm choosing you, Holly whispered. I'm choosing all of this. If you'll have me. Evan pulled her closer, resting his forehead against hers. I'm sorry too. For not fighting for you. For assuming the worst instead of asking what you needed. We were both scared, Holly said, her hands coming up to rest against his chest. But maybe we can be brave together from now on. Evan smiled despite the tears in his own eyes. I think I'd like that. He kissed her then, soft and sure, tasting salt from her tears and feeling the way she melted into him. Her hands slid up to his shoulders, holding on tight, and Evan wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close. When they broke apart, they were both breathing hard. So, she said, her voice still shaky. Does this mean I should stay? Stay, Evan said, kissing her forehead, her cheeks, the corner of her mouth. Please stay. The front door creaked open, and they both turned to find Lily peeking out, trying and failing to hide her smile. Are you guys done talking? She asked innocently. Lily, Evan said, but he was grinning. What? Lily stepped fully onto the porch. I've been waiting in there forever, and it's cold, and I want to know if Miss Holly is staying. Holly looked at Evan, her expression questioning. We'd love for you to stay for Christmas Eve, Evan said. If you want to. My mom's at my house, Holly said. I should get back to her. Can you at least stay for hot chocolate? Lily asked, her voice hopeful. Please? It's Christmas Eve. Holly looked at Evan, and he nodded. Stay. Just for a bit. Holly smiled. Okay. Let me text my mom so she knows I'll be a little longer. She pulled out her phone and sent a quick message. Come on, Evan said, wrapping an arm around Holly's shoulders. Let's get you inside. You're freezing. They moved toward the door together, Lily already chattering about what they'd do tomorrow, about presents and breakfast and all the traditions she wanted to share with Holly. As they stepped inside, into the warmth and light of home, Evan felt Holly lean slightly into him, felt her hand find his and squeeze. Thank you, she whispered. For what? Evan asked. For not giving up on me, Holly said. Even when I gave up on myself. Evan stopped in the entry, turning to face her fully. Behind them, Lily had already disappeared into the kitchen, probably to start the hot chocolate she'd promised. They were alone for just a moment. I could never give up on you, Evan said seriously. Even when I was trying to protect myself, I couldn't stop hoping you'd stay. Holly's eyes filled with tears again, but this time they were happy tears. Well, I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere. Good, Evan said, pulling her close for another kiss. Because I think my daughter would never forgive me if you left now. Just your daughter? Holly teased against his lips. Okay, Evan admitted. Me either. From the kitchen, Lily called out, Are you guys coming or not? The hot chocolate isn't going to make itself. Chapter 23. Holly padded downstairs to find her mother in the kitchen, 2 mugs of coffee already waiting on the counter. Merry Christmas, sweetheart, Carolyn said, pulling her into a hug. Merry Christmas, Mom, Holly replied, accepting the mug gratefully. They moved to the living room, where the small tree they'd decorated yesterday glowed softly in the corner. Holly curled up on the couch, her hands wrapped around her mug, and felt something settle in her chest that had been restless for as long as she could remember. You look happy, Carolyn observed, sitting in the armchair. I am, Holly said, surprised by how true it was. Terrified, but happy. That's how you know it's real, Carolyn said with a smile. The sound of a car pulling up to the house made Holly glance out the window. She set down her mug and moved to the door, opening it to find Evan and Lily climbing out of his truck, Evan carrying a large covered dish. Merry Christmas! Lily called, bounding up the steps. She wore a bright green sweater with a reindeer on the front, her curls pulled back with a red headband. Merry Christmas, Holly said, stepping aside to let them in. Come in, it's freezing out there. Evan paused in the doorway, balancing the dish in one hand while the other came up to cup Holly's face. He kissed her softly, and Holly felt warmth spread through her chest. Merry Christmas, he murmured against her lips. Merry Christmas, she whispered back. Okay, Lily said, already heading toward the kitchen. You guys can be gross later. I smell coffee and I want to meet Holly's mom. They followed her to the kitchen, where Carolyn stood waiting, her expression curious and warm. Mom, this is Evan and Lily, Holly said. Evan, Lily, this is my mother, Carolyn. It's wonderful to meet you both, Carolyn said, shaking Evan's hand. Holly's told me so much about you. All good things, I hope, Evan said with an easy smile, setting the dish on the counter. Mostly, Carolyn teased, and Holly felt her cheeks warm. What did you bring? She asked, eyeing the covered dish. Cinnamon rolls, Evan said, pulling back the foil to reveal a dozen perfectly golden rolls, their icing still warm and gooey. Family recipe. Christmas morning tradition. They smell amazing, Carolyn said, already reaching for plates. They gathered around the kitchen table, the cinnamon rolls disappearing quickly as conversation flowed easily. Lily told Carolyn about the school Christmas concert, about the letters to Santa project, about how she'd known from the beginning that her dad and Holly belonged together. You did not, Evan said, laughing. I totally did, Lily insisted. You smiled different when she was around. Like, a real smile, not your I'm fine smile. Evan's cheeks reddened slightly, but he didn't deny it. Carolyn asked Evan about his teaching, about the island, about what had brought him here. Holly watched them talk, watched how naturally her mother and Lily connected over a shared love of mystery novels, watched how Evan's hand found hers under the table and squeezed gently. This was what family felt like. Not perfect, not without complications, but real and warm and full of possibility. After they'd finished eating and moved to the living room, Lily suddenly stood. "I almost forgot," she said, pulling an envelope from her jacket pocket. "This is for you, Holly." Holly took it, surprised. "For me?" "It's not really a letter," Lily said, suddenly shy. "More of a creative writing project." "Kind of. Just open it." Holly carefully opened the envelope and pulled out a piece of lined paper decorated with hand-drawn stars. "Dear Santa. Thank you for sending someone to help my dad smile again. I know you probably didn't actually do it, and it was really just Holly deciding to stay. But either way, thank you. I promise to take good care of her and make sure she knows she's part of our family now. Because she is. Even if they haven't figured that part out yet. Merry Christmas, Lily. P.S. You were right. She didn't leave. She stayed even when things got hard. Just like I wished for." Holly's vision blurred as tears spilled over. She looked up at Lily, who was watching her anxiously. "I just wanted you to know," Lily said quietly. "That I'm glad you're here. That we both are." Holly couldn't speak. She just opened her arms, and Lily came into them, hugging her tightly. Over Lily's shoulder, Holly saw Evan stand and move closer, his own eyes bright with emotion. He wrapped his arms around both of them, and Holly found herself sandwiched between them, crying and laughing at the same time. "Thank you," she managed, pulling back to look at Lily. "This is the best Christmas present I've ever gotten." "Really?" Lily asked. "Really," Holly said firmly. "Because it means I'm home." From across the room, Carolyn wiped at her own eyes, smiling through tears. They spent the rest of the morning together, exchanging small gifts. Holly had picked up books for both Evan and Lily at the local bookstore, and they'd brought her a beautiful scarf that Miss Doris had apparently helped them select. Carolyn gave Lily a journal. As noon approached, Carolyn stood to leave, insisting she wanted to give them space to enjoy the rest of the day together. "Thank you for coming," Holly said, walking her mother to the door. "For showing up yesterday when I needed you." "That's what family does," Carolyn said, hugging her tight. "We show up." "And sweetheart? I'm so proud of you." After she left, Holly returned to the living room to find Evan and Lily examining the bookshelf, Lily already reading the back cover of her new mystery novel. "So," Evan said, pulling Holly close. "What do you want to do for the rest of Christmas?" Holly looked around the room. At Lily curled up in the armchair with her book, at the tree glowing softly in the corner, at Evan's face so close to hers. "This," she said simply. "I just want this." Evan smiled and kissed her forehead. "I think that can be arranged." As the afternoon stretched into evening, they made sandwiches from leftovers, watched a Christmas movie Lily insisted on, and talked about plans for New Year's, for the spring, for the future that suddenly felt real and possible. And when Lily fell asleep on the couch, her book still in her lap, Evan and Holly sat together in the quiet glow of the tree lights, his arm around her shoulders, her head on his chest. "I can't believe you're really staying," Evan said softly. "I can't believe I almost left," Holly replied. "I'm glad you didn't," Evan said. "Me too," Holly whispered. Outside, the island was quiet under the winter sky. Inside, surrounded by the people who'd become her family, Holly felt the last pieces of her guarded heart finally settle into place. She was home. Really, truly home. And this time, she wasn't going anywhere. Chapter 24. The late afternoon sun was starting to dip toward the horizon when Holly suggested they take a walk on the beach. Lily had woken from her nap and immediately asked if she could stay at the house to finish her book, promising she'd be fine on her own for a little while. "We won't go far," Evan assured her. "Just down to the beach and back." "Take your time," Lily said, already curled back up with her mystery novel. "I'm at the good part." Evan and Holly bundled into their coats and walked the short distance to the shore, their breath fogging in the cold December air. The beach was empty, the sand still damp from the morning tide, and the ocean stretched out before them in shades of gray and blue. Holly slipped her hand into his as they walked, and Evan felt that now familiar sense of rightness settle over him. "I've been thinking," Holly said after a few minutes of comfortable silence. "About what?" Evan asked. "About the house," she said. "About what to do with it now that I'm keeping it." Evan glanced at her. "You don't have to decide right away. You just decided to stay." "I know," Holly said. "But I think I already know what I want to do with it." She paused, watching the waves roll in. "I want to restore it. Update the kitchen, fix the porch, make it beautiful again like it was when my grandparents lived there." "That sounds perfect," Evan said. Holly smiled, squeezing his hand. "But I don't want to just live there alone in this big house. I was thinking, what if I turned it into a rest stop for traveling nurses? A place they could stay for a few weeks or months between contracts. Somewhere comfortable and homey instead of another sterile corporate apartment." Evan stopped walking, turning to face her fully. "Holly, that's brilliant." "You think so?" she asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "I think it's perfect," Evan said. "You'd be giving other people what this house gave you. A place to land, to catch their breath, to remember what home feels like." Holly's eyes brightened. "That's exactly what I was thinking. And maybe some of them would decide to stay, the way I did. Maybe they'd find their own reasons to put down roots." "Your grandmother would love this," Evan said softly. "You think so?" Holly asked. Evan nodded. "I was 8 years old, and it was Christmas Eve. My parents were both working. My mom had a double shift at the marina, and my dad was out on a repair call that ran late. I was sitting alone on our porch, and Mrs. Harris found me. She brought me inside, made me hot chocolate, gave me gingerbread cookies, let me sit by her fire." He paused, the memory as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. "She told me this house was for people who needed somewhere safe. That I was always welcome here." Holly's hand tightened around his. "I didn't know that." "It's one of my best Christmas memories," Evan admitted. "Your grandmother made me feel like I belonged, even when I felt completely alone. When I heard you were selling it, all I could think was that the one place that had ever felt like sanctuary was going to belong to strangers." "But it won't," Holly said, stepping closer to him. "It'll belong to people who need it. People like you were, like I was. People looking for home." Evan cupped her face in his hands. "You're remarkable, you know that?" Holly laughed softly. "I'm just trying to figure it out as I go." "Aren't we all?" Evan said, kissing her gently. They resumed walking, following the curve of the shoreline as the sun sank lower, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange. The wind picked up slightly, carrying the salt-sharp scent of the ocean, and Evan pulled Holly closer to his side. "I keep waiting for the fear to come back," Holly admitted. "The urge to run, to protect myself. But it's not there. Or maybe it is, and I'm just choosing to stay anyway." "Bravery isn't the absence of fear," Evan said. "It's doing the thing that scares you despite the fear." "When did you get so wise?" Holly teased. "I teach high schoolers," Evan said. "You pick up a few things." They walked a bit farther before Evan spoke again, his voice thoughtful. "Guess Santa knew what he was doing." Holly looked up at him, a smile playing at her lips. "What do you mean?" "Lily's wish," Evan said. "She asked for someone who wouldn't leave. Someone who'd stay even when things got hard. And here you are." "Here I am," Holly agreed softly. "Here you are." Holly was quiet for a moment, watching the waves. "I think Lily made a wish with her whole heart," she said finally. "And somehow, we found each other. Maybe it was timing, maybe it was luck, maybe it was something more. But whatever it was, I'm grateful for it." Evan pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. "Then I'm glad our paths crossed when they did." "Me too," Holly whispered. They stood there for a long moment, wrapped up in each other as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to appear. Around them, the island settled into its evening quiet, the soft crash of waves the only sound. "We should get back," Holly said eventually. "Before Lily sends out a search party." "Probably," Evan agreed, but neither of them moved. Finally, they turned and walked back the way they'd come, their fingers still intertwined. The lights from the houses along the shore glowed warm and welcoming, and Evan could see the Harris house in the distance, its windows lit with the soft glow of the tree inside. "You know what I just realized?" Holly said as they climbed the steps back up from the beach. "What's that?" "This is my first Christmas on Palmar Island where I actually plan to stay for the next one," she said. "And the one after that. And all the ones that come after." Evan stopped at the top of the steps, pulling her around to face him. "All of them?" "All of them," Holly confirmed, her voice steady and sure. "I'm done running, Evan. I'm staying. For good." He kissed her then, slow and deep, pouring everything he felt into it. Gratitude and joy and relief and love, so much love it felt like it might overflow. When they broke apart, both slightly breathless, Holly laughed. "What was that for?" "For staying," Evan said simply. "For choosing us. For being brave enough to try." "Thank you for giving me something worth staying for," Holly replied. They walked back to the Harris house hand in hand, and when they stepped inside, they found Lily exactly where they'd left her, now on the last chapter of her book. "How was the walk?" she asked without looking up. "Perfect," Evan said, meeting Holly's eyes over his daughter's head. "Good," Lily said, turning the page. "Because I was thinking, since Holly's staying and everything, maybe we should make this a tradition. Christmas on the beach every year." "I think that sounds perfect," Holly said, settling onto the couch beside her. Evan sat on Holly's other side, and they stayed like that as the evening deepened into night, the three of them together in the warm glow of the Christmas lights. And as Evan looked around at his daughter, at Holly beside him, at the house that had once represented everything he'd lost and now held everything he'd found, he sent up a silent thank you to whoever was listening. Outside, the stars wheeled overhead and the ocean kept its eternal rhythm, and inside, a new family settled into being, one quiet moment at a time. Home, Evan thought. This is what home feels like. And finally, after years of searching, he'd found it. Epilogue. Palmar Island, 1 year later. Holly stood in the kitchen of the Harris house, checking on the roast in the oven and trying not to smile too widely at her own reflection in the window. Christmas Eve. 1 year since she'd sat on Evan's porch in the cold and chosen to stay. So much had changed since then. The house had been transformed over the past year. The kitchen was updated with new counters and appliances, the porch rebuilt and painted, and the bedrooms upstairs freshly decorated. But more than the physical changes, the house felt alive again. Warm and full of purpose. 3 traveling nurses had already stayed here over the past 6 months, each for a few weeks between contracts. Holly had loved having them, loved sharing meals and stories, loved watching them decompress in a way she understood intimately. One had even decided to stay on the island permanently, taking a position at the small medical clinic on the mainland. Her grandmother would have loved it. Holly pulled the roast from the oven just as headlights swept across the front windows. Her heart did that little flip it always did when she knew Evan was near. She opened the door to find Lily bounding up the steps, wearing a deep red sweater and a smile that seemed almost mischievous. "Merry Christmas Eve," Lily called, throwing her arms around Holly. "Merry Christmas Eve," Holly replied, hugging her back. Over Lily's shoulder, she saw Evan climbing the steps more slowly, a wrapped package in his hands and something unreadable in his expression. "You okay?" Holly asked as he reached the porch. "Perfect," Evan said, but his voice was slightly tight. "Just a long day of last-minute errands." Holly nodded, though something about his answer didn't quite land. She'd learned to read him over the past year, and right now he seemed nervous. Distracted. Come in," she said, stepping aside. "It's freezing out there." They settled into the rhythm of their new Christmas Eve tradition. Dinner at the Harris house, then the church service together. But throughout the meal, Holly kept catching Evan watching her with an intensity that made her stomach flutter. Lily, too, seemed unable to sit still, her leg bouncing under the table, her eyes darting between Holly and her father. "Is everything okay?" Holly asked finally, setting down her fork. "You two are acting strange." "We're fine," Lily said quickly. Evan shot his daughter a look, and Lily pressed her lips together, clearly trying not to smile. "Okay," Holly said slowly, not believing them for a second but deciding to let it go. After dinner, they moved to the living room, where the Christmas tree glowed softly in the corner. Holly had hung her grandmother's ornaments in prominent spots on the tree, and newer ornaments now joined the old ones. She'd included a few that Lily had made in the weeks leading up to tonight. "Can we look at the ornaments?" Lily asked, already moving toward the tree. "I love hearing the stories behind them." "Of course," Holly said, joining her. They stood together, Lily pointing out her favorites while Holly shared the memories attached to each one. But when they reached a delicate glass sphere near the top, Lily paused. "I don't remember this one," she said, reaching up carefully to take it down. Holly frowned. "I don't either." "Are you sure it's—" She stopped as Lily turned, holding not just an ornament but a small navy blue box that had been hidden behind it. Holly's breath caught. Lily's smile was trembling now, excited and nervous all at once. "I think this is for you," she said softly, holding out the box. Holly's hand shook as she took it. She looked up to find Evan standing right behind her, his eyes bright with emotion. "Holly," he said, taking the box gently from her hands and opening it to reveal a ring. It was simple, elegant, with a single diamond that caught the light from the tree. Then he lowered himself to one knee. "Oh," Holly whispered, her free hand coming up to cover her mouth. "This past year has been the best year of my life," Evan said, his voice steady despite the emotion in his eyes. "You've brought so much joy and light and love into our lives. You've made this house a home again. And more than anything, you've shown me what it means to be brave enough to choose love again." Holly's eyes filled with tears. "Lily and I," Evan glanced at his daughter, who was crying openly now, "we want you to be part of our family. Permanently and forever." "We really, really do," Lily added, her voice wobbling. Evan smiled, then turned back to Holly. "So, Holly Bennett, will you marry me? Will you marry us?" Holly's tears spilled over as she nodded, the word catching in her throat before finally breaking free. "Yes. Yes, of course yes." Evan stood and slipped the ring onto her finger, then pulled her into a kiss that tasted like tears and joy and coming home. When they broke apart, Lily crashed into both of them, wrapping her arms around them as tightly as she could. "You said yes," Lily said, half laughing, half crying. "I knew you would, but I was still so nervous." "You knew about this?" Holly asked, pulling back to look at her. "I helped plan it," Lily said proudly. "Dad and I have been working on this for weeks. And Miss Doris knew too." "Miss Doris knew?" Holly laughed through her tears. "Everyone knows," Evan said with a sheepish grin. "I'm pretty sure the entire island knows by now. Small towns and secrets don't exactly mix." Holly looked down at the ring on her finger, then back up at the two people who'd become her whole world. "I love you both so much." "We love you too," Evan said, kissing her forehead. "So much," Lily echoed, squeezing them both tighter. They stood there for a long moment, wrapped up in each other under the glow of the Christmas tree. Finally, Evan checked his watch. "We should probably head to church," he said. "If we're late, Miss Doris will never let us hear the end of it. And she definitely wants to see the ring," Lily added with a knowing smile. The church parking was nearly full by the time they arrived, families streaming toward the white building with its simple steeple glowing against the dark sky. Holly's hand hadn't left Evan's since he'd put the ring on her finger, and she kept glancing down at it, hardly believing it was real. "There she is," Lily said, pointing toward the church steps where Miss Doris stood in her usual spot, greeting arrivals. But as they approached, Holly noticed Miss Doris wasn't looking at the other families. She was looking directly at them, a knowing smile already spreading across her face. Well? Miss Doris called as they climbed the steps. Did she say yes? Holly laughed, holding up her left hand. Miss Doris clasped her hands together with such genuine joy that Holly felt tears prick her eyes again. "Oh, my dear," Miss Doris said, pulling Holly into a tight hug. "I'm so happy for you. For all of you." "You knew," Holly said. "Of course you knew. I've known since the day I met you at the house that you belonged here," Miss Doris said, pulling back to look at her. "With him. With this family. With all of us. I just had to wait for you to figure it out yourself." "Thank you," Holly said softly. "For everything. For not giving up on me." "Never," Miss Doris said firmly. She turned to Evan, her eyes twinkling. "And you, well done, young man. Well done indeed." Evan grinned. "I had a good matchmaker." "Yes, you did," Miss Doris agreed without a hint of modesty. They started to move inside, but Miss Doris caught Holly's arm gently. "Your grandmother would be so proud," she said quietly. "Of what you've done with the house, the life you're building here, and the woman you've become." Holly's throat tightened. "Thank you," she managed. Inside the sanctuary, word spread quickly. By the time they'd settled into their usual pew, people were turning to smile at them, to whisper congratulations, to beam with the particular joy of a small community celebrating one of their own. Mary from the diner caught Holly's eye and gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up. Tom, Evan's father, leaned across the aisle to shake his son's hand and kiss Holly's cheek. Even the pastor, greeting people at the front, smiled knowingly when he saw them. As the service began and the familiar carols filled the sanctuary, Holly sat between Evan and Lily, their hands intertwined. She thought about last Christmas Eve, how lost she'd felt, how terrified, how certain she was making a mistake by staying. And she thought about how wrong she'd been. Staying hadn't been a mistake. It had been the best decision of her life. When they stood for "O Come, All Ye Faithful," Evan's arm came around her shoulders, and Lily leaned against her other side. Holly looked around at the faces surrounding them. Miss Doris singing enthusiastically off-key, Mary dabbing at happy tears, Tom standing tall and proud beside his son. This was home. Not just the island or the house, but this. These people, this community, this family she'd found when she'd finally been brave enough to stop running. After the service, they lingered on the church steps as people filed out, accepting hugs and congratulations from what felt like half the island. Some Holly had met through the nurse rest stop, others from volunteering at the school, still others just from living here long enough to be woven into the fabric of the community. "When's the wedding?" someone called. "Have you set a date?" another asked. Holly laughed, overwhelmed in the best possible way. "We just got engaged an hour ago." "Better start planning," Miss Doris said with a wink. "This island knows how to throw a wedding." As the crowd finally thinned and people headed to their cars, Holly, Evan, and Lily walked slowly toward Evan's truck. The night was clear and cold, stars scattered across the sky in brilliant clusters. "So," Evan said, pulling Holly close as they reached the truck. "How does it feel to be engaged?" Holly looked up at him, at Lily standing beside them with her hands shoved in her pockets and the biggest smile on her face, at the church behind them still glowing with warmth and light. "It feels like coming home," she said simply. "Good," Evan said, kissing her softly. "Because you are home. We all are." They climbed into the truck, Lily chattering excitedly from the back seat about wedding plans and dress colors and whether they could have the reception at the Harris house. Holly let the words wash over her, her hand in Evan's, her ring catching the light from the dashboard. A year ago, she'd been running. Terrified of staying, terrified of leaving, terrified of making the wrong choice. But there was no wrong choice anymore. Because she'd finally learned what her grandmother had tried to tell her all along. Love makes a home. And home isn't a place you find. It's a place you build, one brave choice at a time. As they drove through the quiet streets of Palmar Island, Christmas lights twinkling from every house, Holly looked out at the place that had become hers and felt nothing but gratitude. "I love you," she said suddenly, squeezing Evan's hand. I love you too, Evan replied, bringing her hand to his lips and kissing it gently. From the back seat, Lily said, I love you both. This is going to be the best family ever. And as they pulled into the driveway, Holly knew with absolute certainty that Lily was right. It was going to be the best family ever. Because they'd chosen each other. Not out of obligation or fear or convenience, but out of love. Real, brave, stay even when it's hard love. And that, Holly thought as they climbed out of the truck and headed inside together, was the only kind of love worth having. The end. This has been Last Christmas. Written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2025 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2025 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.